Chapter 761, Understanding 7K. The great technique of rejuvenating dead trees was originally created by the celestial venerable to save spiritual plants that had failed to transcend tribulations. Of all living things in the world, spiritual plants face the most difficult tribulations. Of hundreds or thousands of spiritual plants undergoing tribulations, only a very few can successfully survive. Although one may be blinded by a single leaf, the spiritual plants themselves have weak spirituality. Even a peak fourth-order spiritual plant only has the spirituality of an infant, and basically none of them can cultivate successfully. Therefore, this great technique of bringing withered trees back to life is very important to the longevity sect, as it can remove the deadness from nearly dead spiritual plants and restore them to vitality. This five-pointed ancient maple was once a peak fourth-order spiritual plant, but during its breakthrough, it was bombarded by a heavenly tribulation, leaving only a trace of its original essence remaining. And this little bit of vitality is the seed of hope for revival. After soaking in diluted myriad transformation thunder water, Chen Mobai began to use the rejuvenation technique on the charred five-pointed ancient maple tree. He had only mastered this great technique last month through joint practice with Yin Qingmei. When he went, he also handed over the newly crafted magical artifacts, such as the green bamboo Yin Void Sword, to Yin Qingmei and the others. After returning, Chen Mobai used the empowerment from the great Tao tree to easily upgrade the withered tree to the fourth level. However, this five-pointed ancient maple tree itself has extremely high quality, and Chen Mobai doesn't know if he can succeed. A vibrant blue light descended, but there was no reaction whatsoever. But Chen Mobai was not discouraged. He continued to maintain his great technique, letting the blue light cover the entire five-pointed ancient maple tree, while listening at all times with the sound of the empty valley. As time passed, he suddenly sensed an extremely faint breath emanating from the tree. The myriad transformation lightning water, which was originally soaking on the charred and dry tree bark, began to seep in little by little, and then these broken and dead bark began to crack open. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately perked up and continued to use his divine sense to control the diluted myriad transformations thunder water, which then drifted down like raindrops onto various parts of the five-cornered ancient maple. It's unclear how much time passed, but the cracks suddenly expanded to the charred bark of the entire five-pointed ancient maple tree, and then began to fall off piece by piece, as if an invisible hand was peeling away its tattered outer garment to reveal the wood grain inside. At the same time, Chen Mobai's voice echoed the thoughts of that wisp of primordial energy. He closed his eyes and began to resonate more carefully and deeply. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt as if he had become this spiritual plant, experiencing thousands of years of change at an extremely slow pace. He immediately entered the state of the small book, separating his consciousness from it to avoid being changed and assimilated by these traces of the vast years. In the state of the square-inch book, Chen Mobai was like an observer who pressed the fast-forward button, seeing the ancient maple trees once infinitely glorious past. Long ago, it was the ruler and protector of this land. A single leaf fell and the autumn wind rose. A single thought stirred and the vast expanse trembled. It has also withstood several heavenly tribulations, and it survived each of them with great difficulty. But in the final battle, its immense primordial energy dissipated under the mighty power of heaven and earth. Endless tribulation lightning descended from the sky, shattering all of its proud fire maple spirit leaves. Extremely cold earth fire surged forth, seeping from the roots to the trunk and branches, freezing its true spirit. Without its true spirit, its immense and blazing primordial energy began to rage and burn it. If it hadn't coexisted with this power for nearly 10,000 years, it would probably have been completely incinerated and turned into dust covering the mountain. Even so, under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, only the main trunk remained. If Chen Mobai hadn't jumped out with the Fangkun book, he might have felt that kind of pain on the verge of death, and his consciousness would have been severely damaged. Fortunately, powerful spiritual plants are all very resilient. Even after enduring such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, the five-cornered ancient maple still retained seeds of revitalizing energy. Under the great magic of bringing dead trees back to life, and the constant nourishment of the myriad transformations of thunder and water, this ancient tree has finally regained its vitality today. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai opened his eyes. He had used up all the spiritual water he had diluted with the myriad transformations thunder-water. At this moment, most of the charred bark of the ancient five-pointed maple tree in front of us had fallen off, and a few tender buds were growing out from the gaps in the branches that had been burned. This means that the spiritual plant has been completely revived. It's pretty simple. Seeing that he had easily saved the spiritual plant, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a relieved expression. Of course, the reason why it was able to react so quickly was also due to the effect of the myriad transformations thunder-water. He diluted another drop, and after watering half of it, he stopped only after hearing the simple thought that the five-cornered ancient maple was satisfied. With the help of the immortal water, the newly revived five-pointed ancient maple has begun to absorb some of the earth's spiritual energy through its roots, allowing it to repair and improve itself. But the most crucial moment is yet to come. More careful observation is needed to ensure that the newly recovered and still fragile five-pointed ancient maple can repair itself in the right way and receive the supply of spiritual energy and rain. This requires a spiritual plant master who is extremely knowledgeable about the five-pointed ancient maple. Besides Chen Mobai, there's only Zhuo Ming. In the past, Chen Mobai would have directly notified his apprentice to come and help him with this task. But now he has a different idea. Greetings, sect leader. Down the mountain, Gu Yan and a newly promoted female cultivator named Wei Qirong, who had just reached the foundation establishment stage, saw Chen Mobai come down and, along with a dozen or so disciples of the Five Elements sect, respectfully bowed. The foundation establishment cultivator here, Xin Tingzheng, passed away last year, which can be considered a peaceful death at an old age. Before Wei Qirong established her foundation, she was a true disciple of the spirit plant department, which is why she was sent here. However, she actively sought out this task. After all, this Tianpeng Mountain Villa is at least a fourth-grade, low-level spiritual vein. If she were to cultivate at Giantwood Ridge, she would at most enjoy third-tier spiritual energy. I will use a secret technique to activate the life force of this five-pointed ancient maple. Over the next few years, this spiritual plant will continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the earth veins of Tianpeng Mountain to revive. During this process, I will invite a powerful spiritual plant expert to come and help take care of it. She is my friend, so please remember not to neglect her. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Wei Qirong nodded solemnly, indicating that the sect leader's friend was her senior, and she would respect him as she would the sect leader. Chen Mobai believed this. The cultivators here are not as sharp-edged and unique as those in the immortal sects, especially the foundation establishment cultivators of the wood vein of the Five Elements sect. They regard his words as divine pronouncements. Chen Mobai planned to have Qingnu come here. These days, he also told Qingnu about the situation in the Heavenly River realm, and felt that it was time for her to come out of the Divine Tree secret realm and come into contact with this world. Just then, in the Divine Tree secret realm, the Earth's spiritual energy was basically suppressed by the three divine trees, so Qingnu could only use spirit stones to maintain her cultivation. Every day she worried that she had used up tens of thousands of merit points, and these nagging complaints made Chen Mobai's ears callous. Chen Mobai had considered having Qingnu cultivate in his longevity wood Taoist temple, but although he was the head of the Five Elements sect, he also had Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju, so it was not appropriate to explain to them the origins of Qingnu, who had appeared out of nowhere. After all, the longevity wood Taoist temple is the most important spiritual vein core of the wood vein, and it is impossible to let Qingnu, a cultivator who is a stranger to the Five Elements sect, stay for a long time without any reason. Chen Mobai had previously considered taking Qingnu to Beiyuan City, But just then, he mastered the skill of withered tree rejuvenation and thought of the Tianpeng Mountain Villa. This is also a fourth-order spiritual vein, which is somewhat wasted on the sect's foundation establishment and qi refining stages. It would be perfect to use Qingnu as a place for cultivation. First, arrange for Qingnu to be his friend. When the time is right in the future, find a way to give her a proper background and make her his Taoist partner. This way, he can naturally integrate into the Five Elements sect. With that in mind, Chen Mobai led Gu Yan back to Giantwood Ridge. As soon as I got back, I heard another piece of good news. Yue Zhudao has emerged from seclusion. He successfully formed his core, and his cultivation level was now firmly established. As the first chief disciple of the Shenmu sect after the sect split, Yue Zhudao possessed exceptional talent. After consuming the longevity tree fruit and locking his cultivation, he was unable to break through to a higher realm and therefore did not consume any more pills to enhance his spiritual power. This experience further tempered his will. Later, with Chen Mobai's help, he resolved this issue using the two phases technique, which was equivalent to forming his core once. Therefore, Yue Zhudao's success was within Chen Mobai's expectations. Greetings, sect leader. After achieving the golden core stage, Yue Zhudao was full of vigor and ambition. The usually gentle and refined man was like a young man who had just passed the imperial examination, radiating confidence and pride. Haha, no need for formalities. The sect has gained another core formation cultivator, and it's you. I'm very happy. Chen Mobai warmly invited Yue Zhudao over for tea, having already brewed a pot of snow needle fairy buds. Without the sect leader's guidance and his selfless sharing of the golden core formation techniques, I certainly wouldn't have succeeded. Yue Zhudao knew clearly what the biggest reason was for his success in forming the golden core. Therefore, after he formed his core, he respected Chen Mobai even more. After Chen Mobai asked him if he had any questions about cultivation after he formed his core, he answered them one by one, and then bestowed upon him the complete text of the longevity scripture. This was revised after Zhou Shenking formed his nascent soul, and it can be considered the first wood-attribute nascent soul cultivation technique in the Five Elements sect that someone actually succeeded in mastering. After Yue Zhudao received it, he scanned it with his divine sense and was very excited to see that it also contained the nascent soul stage content. This signifies that the highest inheritance of the sect has been fully bestowed upon him. I have a grand plan that concerns the future of our sect for thousands of years. It has been stalled because of the lack of someone to oversee its execution. Now that you have reached the core formation stage, I would like to entrust this plan to you. Are you willing? Please give your orders, sect leader. After listening to Yue Zhudao's words, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction, and then told him about the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. When I was serving as the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence, I also thought about this issue. Our Five Elements sect has occupied the Eastern Wilderness. If we want to continue to grow and develop, or even support you, the sect leader, to go further and form a nascent soul, we must go out of the Eastern Wilderness and communicate with other major sects in the Eastern region. Unexpectedly, Yue Zhudao had already thought of this point. He also shared his thoughts on the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. After listening, Chen Mobai felt that he had truly chosen the right person. Although he possesses a wealth of financial theories, under the relatively primitive business model of Tianheji, it still requires Yue Zhudao, a local who is well-versed in various customs, to take charge in order to have any chance of success. Business is not simple. You can't just do well if your products are good. There are many twists and turns involved, especially in a place like the Heavenly River realm where there are almost no rules. Only leaders with outstanding personal abilities can ensure that there are no losses. The biggest reason why Chen Mobai's Zion Enchant shop was able to succeed was that he was the head of the Five Elements sect, the #1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Only in this way can they rely on good products to make a fortune in the 19 counties of the Eastern Wilderness. You shall carry out my orders and go within the sect to select the people you need. If this matter is successful, The position of Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence will be yours after I abdicate. Yue Xiudao's expression also became slightly excited after hearing this. Among the five elements sect, the three Hall Masters hold the highest status. If resources useful to core formation cultivators become available in the future, he will be able to benefit from their proximity. This green bamboo, yin void sword and the demon beast inner armor were specially crafted for you. After you form your core, you will be able to unleash their power. Finally, Chen Mobai took out two third-tier magic weapons, one for offense and one for defense, and handed them to the extremely excited Yue Xiudao. He had originally been thinking that after he formed the Five Elements Merchant Guild and left the Eastern Wilderness, he could see if he could go to the Eastern Barbarians or the Eastern Lands to purchase a third-tier magic weapon for himself. I never expected that the sect leader had already prepared everything for me. This gave him an impulse to die for someone who understands him. Thank you so much for the treasure, sect leader. In his excitement, Yue Xiudao was taught the incantation and mental techniques for refining magical artifacts by Chen Mobai. Yue Xiudao memorized every word and even carved a jade slip on the spot. Chen Mobai then mentioned some goods he could provide, such as first-tier talisman paper and talisman ink produced by the puppet factory. These are the foundations for opening up the markets of Dongyi and even Dongtu. The industrialized products from the immortal sect will definitely be a game-changer for the lower-level markets of the Tianhe realm. This has already been verified in the Eastern Wilderness. In the present-day Eastern Wilderness, there are no longer any small workshops producing low-level talisman paper and ink. Xian and Shempu monopolized it all. Besides talisman paper and ink, Chen Mobai also asked him to look at the 5 elements and 5 meridians and see what spiritual items were similar to Qingyang fire and the sap of the longevity tree. He instructed Yue Xiudao to promote these items as purely natural and pollution-free, so that cultivators could safely refine and consume them. Yue Xiudao didn't quite understand this, but he still wrote it down. In addition to these, Chen Mobai also prepared immortal peach fruit and youth-preserving pearl, but the 5 Elements Merchant Guild must keep a low profile when they go out, so these things cannot be taken out at the beginning. The immortal peach fruit is all right, since it only enhances spiritual power. Even with the gimmick of being free of pill poison, it's probably only worth a little more than ordinary pills. After all, cultivators in the Heavenly River realm aren't as afraid of pill poison as they are of it. Among the cultivators here, those who improve their cultivation without using pills are few and far between. But the face-fixing pearl is different. Chen Mobai inquired about similar items in the Heavenly River realm, but they were extremely precious and sold for almost the same price as 4th-grade pills. After all, female cultivators would go crazy if they heard that they could stay young forever. However, this thing is still in the spirit pool of Jumeng Dao Academy. Because Chen Mobai refined 20 of them at once, which is quite a lot, it will not be available for pickup until the end of this year. In addition to these, because of Qing Nu's arrival, Chen Mobai also plans to include all kinds of elixirs from the immortal sects in his business plan. At that time, these pills can be unlocked and sold one by one, as Qing Nu's cultivation level improves, and the 5 Elements sect's strength increases. Yue Xiudao is now leading the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce out of the Eastern Wilderness, with the main purpose of establishing a firm foothold in the various territories of the Eastern continent. Then, in line with the increase in the strength of the 5 Elements sect, they gradually put on the shelves pills, talismans, and other items that were suitable for their power. Chen Mobai's plan was that once he and Qing Nu formed their nascent souls, he could sell the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and the 5 Elements Golden Elixir. If he could reach the divine transformation stage, he would then put the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation on the market. Take it one step at a time, steadily and surely. After Yue Xiudao left, Chen Mobai summoned Ma Yunyang, the head of the Spirit Beast Department. Previously, Chen Mobai brought the devouring serpent out of the divine tree secret realm, and Zhuo Ming helped take care of and feed it when she was around. After Zhuo Ming left, this task was handed over to the Spirit Beast Department. As the sect leader's spirit pet, Ma Yunyang naturally took great care of it with utmost care. Chen Mobai thought that the devouring serpent was Yang Jing's divided spirit possession and could be considered Qing Nu's sister in some way. He planned to have her take him to Tianping Mountain in the future so that he would have a spiritual support. A short while later, Ma Yunyang arrived with a spirit beast pouch. Chen Mobai released the devouring serpent, which was exceptionally well-bred and plump, nearly 20 meters long. However, they were lazily curled up together, and when they saw Chen Mobai, they symbolically stuck their heads out and flicked their tongues to express their affection. Sect leader, the spirit serpent is currently at a critical stage of its advancement and transformation. Once it passes this stage, it can be upgraded to a second-tier spirit beast. Because Chen Mobai had given orders that Ma Yunyang could only be fed ingredients with the wood attribute of the devouring serpent, and nurtured from a young age to move closer to the attribute of the azure dragon, she could only feed it fruits and spiritual leaves over the years. Under such circumstances, it must have taken a lot of effort for Ma Yunyang to raise them to such a large size. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Chen Mobai calculated that he had had the devouring serpent for exactly 50 years. For a demon beast, reaching the peak of the first tier in such a short time is already considered fast. After rewarding Ma Yunyang, Chen Mobai put the devouring serpent back into his spirit beast bag and then went to the divine tree secret realm. Zhao Chen is really something. Why didn't you tell me about this? Upon hearing that this was the Yangjing divine aspect that Kong Feiken had given him, King Nu immediately began to berate her younger brother. After all, she had been at Jumeng Dao Academy back then, and could have easily entrusted it to her. After all, this devouring serpent is a product of the Ascension sect. He must be afraid that you will be suspected by the immortal sect because of this. Chen Mobai rarely spoke up for Kong Feiken. We can't let you take that risk. If you don't have a void spirit body and the people from the immortal sect discover that you're raising Jinger, it will definitely affect your future development in the three great halls. King Nu was still complaining about Kong Feiken, saying that her younger brother never did anything to make her feel at ease. Come on, I'll take you to see the Tianping Mountain Villa. Chen Mobai decisively changed the subject. Actually, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we are. Upon hearing this, King Nu blushed and said something like this. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head, indicating that since he had the ability, he would definitely provide her with the best cultivation conditions. Qing Nu put the devouring serpent into her spirit beast pouch, then looked at the wooden house where she had lived for half a year with some reluctance, took Chen Mobai's hand, and left. The rich spiritual energy of the fourth-grade superior level of the Longevity Wood Taoist Temple outside made Qing Nu's spirits jolt, and she couldn't help but take several deep breaths. This giant tree ridge is the main base of my five-element sect's wood vein. I joined the Divine Wood sect here and gradually developed and improved myself. Chen Mobai rode the crimson cloud silk robe, taking Qing Nu into the sky, and then pointed to the endless medicinal fields and spiritual fields below, introducing them continuously. That's my little South Mountain, a fourth-order spiritual vein. I transplanted a fairy peach tree on the mountaintop. It was originally a third-order tree, but after my guidance, it's now a fourth-order tree. As they spoke, Chen Mobai led King Nu to the top of Xianshan Mountain. Chen Mobai wanted to pick a ripe third-tier immortal peach for her to taste, but King Nu immediately stopped him. She has already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and no amount of additional consuming will improve her level. These peaches taste pretty good. Chen Mobai was aware of this. He wanted King Nu to taste the spiritual fruit. However, Qing Nu firmly shook her head and refused. These third-tier immortal peaches could fetch at least tens of millions of merit points if sold to the immortal sects. We can't afford to waste it like that. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled and picked one. Besides enhancing spiritual power, this immortal peach can also enhance spiritual roots. I hope your water spiritual root value can be increased to 100 points. Hearing this, King Nu was moved, and seeing that Chen Mobai had already picked it, she had no choice but to accept it. Only one third-tier immortal peach can ripen each year. Starting this year, Chen Mobai has already instructed the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to stop stocking this spiritual fruit and wait until Qing Nu has finished eating it. After consuming the third and fourth-tier immortal peaches, along with the azure blood carp, Qing Nu's heavenly water spiritual root will definitely be able to be upgraded to the immortal water spiritual root. Although I don't know what the benefits of immortal spiritual roots are, since I have the ability to improve them, I definitely want to max out Qing Nu's spiritual roots. Thanks. Qing Nu hadn't yet changed her mindset from the immortal sect, and still thought these things were extremely precious. She carefully cast a spell to preserve the spiritual fruit and then put it into her storage bag. Seeing this, Chen Mobai smiled and led her on a tour of his bamboo forest and tea garden halfway up the mountain. The third-tier Qingjing bamboo, the third-tier Elvichan Lingcha tea, Zuzhan Xianya tea, and Wuda white tea all amazed her. On the contrary, she was somewhat accustomed to the thousands of acres of spiritual fields stretching out at the foot of the mountain. The scale of cultivation of these spirit rice plants is indeed quite small compared to that of the immortal sects. After visiting Xian and Chen Mobai left Jumu Ridge with Qingnu. These three fourth-tier spiritual plants are the same species as the innate magic treasure trees in the divine tree realm. Flying in midair, Qingnu pointed to the three longevity trees and said. Chen Mobai nodded, then pointed to his own tree and began to introduce it. The other one is Senior Brother Fu's dojo, and the last one, which is also the furthest, belongs to Senior Brother Zhou. He is a nascent soul cultivator and the person with the highest cultivation level in our five-element sect. Upon hearing the words nascent soul, Qing Nu's face showed admiration, but also some worry. Won't it arouse their suspicion if you bring a stranger like me in and out of the secret realm and the great formation? Haha, don't worry. As long as I don't intend to split the five-element sect again, they will support me no matter what I do. Chen Mobai briefly recounted his achievements and status within the five-element sect over the years, and Qing Nu's eyes gleamed with admiration. So, you have accomplished such great feats in this world. I received the education of the immortal sect from a young age and cannot stand division. So since I joined the sect, I have been working on unification. Today, the mortal world of the eastern wilderness is unified, and only the rejuvenation valley remains in the cultivation world. I would say that I have achieved some success. Chen Mobai spoke very modestly, and Qing Nu asked him with admiration about his specific deeds in conquering the south and north, and unifying the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai seemed to have opened a floodgate, talking incessantly about what he had done in the eastern wilderness over the years. Although he made unparalleled contributions here, he was lonely, because there's no one around to share with. Although he had fellow disciples, friends, and apprentices, he dared not share the secret of his origins from the immortal sect with anyone. And now Qingnu has arrived. He could finally speak out about the achievements he had kept hidden for over 50 years. Because Chen Mobai had so many achievements in the eastern wilderness, he could only give a rough account of them when he flew all the way to Tianping Mountain. However, by this time, Chen Mobai's desire to share had been largely satisfied. Let's go, this is Tianping Mountain Villa. He descended on his crimson cloud and mist robe, and Wei Qiyurong immediately flew over on her escape light. Greetings, sect leader and this fellow Taoist. She didn't know how to address Qing Nu, but she knew she was a friend invited by Chen Mobai, so she was very respectful, though her eyes were still full of doubt. After all, Qing Nu was not a core formation cultivator. In her opinion, someone like the sect leader should at least be at the same cultivation level to become his friend. This is Qing Nu, my best friend. She was invited by me to take care of Wu Jiao Gu Feng. From now on, you must fulfill any needs she may have. Chen Mobai's words were already the highest order, and Wei Qiyurong immediately nodded solemnly and then bowed to Qing Nu. Fellow Taoist Qing, my name is Wei Qiyurong, and this is my communication talisman. Qing Nu found the message talisman, such a primitive form of communication talisman, quite strange. Chen Mobai explained it to her telepathically before she understood. "I'll take Kingnu up there to take a look first." Chen Mobai and Kingnu went to the top of the mountain together, leaving Wei Qirong to wait at the foot of the mountain. It was at this moment that Qingnu learned that there was actually a heavenly tribulation in this world. End of this chapter. Chapter 762, Expressing My Feelings, 7K. Chapter 762, Expressing My Feelings, 7K. Looking at the ancient five-pointed maple tree on the mountaintop, still covered with large patches of charred bark, and listening to Chen Mobai talk about the heavenly tribulation, the withered tree coming back to life, the myriad transformations of thunder and water, Qingnu couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Why is there a heavenly tribulation in this world? Chen Mobai briefly explained his conjecture. Heavenly tribulation is a tangible disaster formed by the condensation of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. However, since all the spiritual energy in heaven and earth is controlled by the heavenly curtain and earthly network, heavenly tribulation does not occur in the immortal sect. So this means that the immortal sect is special, and all other worlds outside the immortal sect should have heavenly tribulations. Qingnu asked again, and Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then shook his head. He couldn't give an answer. It's also possible that this heavenly river realm is special. Perhaps other worlds besides this one don't have heavenly tribulations. That was the end of their discussion. They believed that if a third other world were to come and verify the answer, they would be able to find it. Qingnu is an outstanding graduate of Ju Mangdao Academy. Although she does not know the spiritual connection of all things or the sound of Empty Valley, her own attainment in spiritual plant cultivation is at the third level. After Chen Mobai told her about the various details of taking care of the five-cornered ancient maple, there should be no problem in taking care of it. Afterwards, Chen Mobai used the wooden house talisman and placed it on the top of Tianping Mountain. He also set up a large cloud and mist formation to protect his and Qingnu's privacy. For the next month, Chen Mobai also stayed at Tianping Mountain, mainly to help Qingnu adapt to the new environment. While taking care of Wu Jiao Yufeng, Liu Jingxian, the patriarch of the Liu family, came to visit. As requested, 10 blood-red carp were brought in. The eldest disciple went to Eastern Wu, and besides practicing the unorthodox golden elixir, he was also trying to figure out if he could expand the trade routes of Xi'an and Shampoo there. Since both Tianping Mountain and the Liu family happened to be in Yun County, Chen Mobai simply had Liu Jingxian deliver the fish to their door. He consumed the blood carp many times, which increased his water spirit root by a total of 8 points. No matter how much you eat after that, it won't make a difference. So the fish I ate back then was from here. Wait a minute, if this crimson blood carp can improve water elemental roots, how come my water elemental roots didn't change at all during the entrance exam after I ate it so many times? At the summit of Tianping Mountain, Qingnu tasted a bite of the fish cooked by Chen Mobai, and a look of realization appeared on her face, but then she asked in confusion. Each of these azure blood carp can only enhance the water elemental root if consumed entirely by one cultivator. The more people consume it, the more dispersed the effect becomes. Even if consumed multiple times, it will not produce a complete effect to enhance the elemental root. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled and explained the reason. He was a cautious person. After learning about the effects of the blood carp, he ate it with his parents and then used a spirit testing instrument to check and discovered this. I see. No wonder you always bring your classmates when you treat me to fish. After hearing this, Qingnu finally understood why. Back in Dangxia City, Chen Mobai always brought Yan Bingxuan along as a third wheel during their wonderful dates. Based on my experience, each of these blood carp can permanently increase your water root by 1 point. I'll test it for you with the spirit tester tomorrow. The next day, Chen Mobai specifically took out the old spirit testing device that he hadn't used in a long time from his storage bag. Do you remember? You sold this to me back then. Even though it's very slow now, I've kept it all this time. Seeing the severely worn spirit testing instrument in Chen Mobai's hand, Qingnu was deeply moved and couldn't help but throw herself into his arms again. Enjoying the warm, fragrant touch of Qing Nu's body, Chen Mobai took Qing Nu's snow-white right hand and channeled his spiritual energy into her. Several minutes later, the screen of the spirit tester finally displayed the values of the 5 elements. Metal 4, Wood 8, Water 82, Fire 1, Earth 23. The values of the heavenly water spiritual root were standard, but the total reached 118 points, which surprised Chen Mobai. When I enrolled in school, I also had ideas about the everlasting spring skill, so I practiced the gathering earth technique. Later, I also thought that I could be as famous as you, so I have never given up over the years and have already cultivated to the 9th level. King Nu, nestled in Chen Mobai's arms, spoke with a hint of smugness. Given the lack of resources in the immortal sect, her ability to cultivate the earth-gathering technique to the 9th level is already a testament to her diligence. A quick calculation reveals that she has definitely not slacked off in this spiritual root enhancement technique, since she reached the foundation establishment stage. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. It just so happens that there is also dragon vein energy here in the eastern wilderness. I will have my 2 grand disciples collect materials later, and then you can refine a batch of earth vein pills for yourself. In fact, Chen Mobai had extra earth vein pills, but these were all unqualified according to the standards of the immortal sects. Moreover, he intended to leave them to Zhuo Ming, since he didn't need to worry about the pill poisoning problem because he had Green Chan spirit tea. But if King Nu could refine the earth vein pill without any toxicity, why would she need to consume his substandard product? Even with the earth vein pill, I'm afraid I'd need to reach the core formation, or even nascent soul stage, to raise my earth spirit root to over 80 points. At this moment, Qing Nu understood why Chen Mobai had asked her to apply to watch the original version of the Changchun Gong. Clearly, he hoped that she could master it. However, obtaining 3 types of celestial spiritual roots is extremely difficult. In the eastern wilderness, there are many ores suitable for cultivating the earth-gathering technique, such as this life-giving stone, which can enhance one's earth spirit root through direct refinement, as well as the even more profound qi of creation. Chen Mobai shared his experience in improving his earth elemental root, and Qing Nu was even more astonished by the abundance of resources in the heavenly river realm as she listened. Then your earth elemental root must have a very high value now, right? Hearing Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and then channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the spirit testing instrument in his palm. A few minutes later, Qing Nu stared wide-eyed at the values of the 5 elements displayed on the screen, unable to believe it. In about 2 more years, my 9-yang body will be able to complete its first transformation. At that time, the value of my fire spirit root will be able to increase to 100 points. I wonder what the benefits of the immortal fire spirit root are. After demonstrating his impressive spiritual root stats, Chen Mobai patted King Nu in his arms, indicating that the second azure blood carp was cooked and ready to eat. I once listened to a lecture by Master Sanju at Jumeng Dao Academy. He was explaining the relationship between spiritual roots and the human body. He mentioned that a cultivator had raised his spiritual root value to 100 points and then experienced a hearing of the Tao. What Qing Nu said made Chen Mobai somewhat concerned. When he first encountered the Tao and established his foundation, he directly obtained the fire spirit body. Because of this, he was almost invincible in cultivating fire attribute techniques and spells. If we can hear the Tao again, can we accumulate it? King Nu had no idea about these things. After all, during that class, Master Sanju only mentioned it casually, as an example. Chen Mobai recalled what Wenren Zuwei had said. Most of the research on immortal spiritual roots was conducted at the Bushan Dao Academy, with a small portion at the Imperial Medical Academy. It seems I'll need to find out about this information after I return to the immortal sect. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai recalled his experience in improving his wood spirit root. He immediately instructed Wei Qiyurong, who lived at the foot of the mountain, to go to Green Bamboo Ridge to purchase bamboo shoots. The next morning, Chen Mobai remeasured Qing Nu's water spirit root, and found that it had only increased by 1 point after she ate 2 fish. He thought that no matter how much he ate at once, it would only increase his score by 1 point. That day only one was cooked for Kingnu, but when tested on the third day, it was found that it hadn't grown at all. After several trials, Chen Mobai had Liu Jingxian send over 10 more, and also had Wei Qirong eat a few. Then, he and Kingnu kept summarizing and came to a conclusion. The azure blood carp is indeed useful for enhancing water elemental roots, but its effect is weaker for cultivators with higher water elemental root values. For example, Qingnu already has a heavenly water spiritual root. 2 of them can barely increase her level by 1 point. Moreover, after she reaches 4 points, even if she consumes a second-tier azure blood carp, she can no longer improve her level. Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed by this, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, besides the azure blood carp, there are many other aquatic products in Yunmeng Marsh that can enhance water spirit roots. And there are also fairy peaches. That morning, Chen Mobai woke up the naked Kingnu in his arms, measured her spiritual root value, and couldn't help but smile when he saw the value of 88 for water. If the quality isn't good enough, make up for it with quantity. The monster tide in Yunmeng's has begun to subside this year, so under his orders, various aquatic products that can enhance water spiritual roots were personally delivered by cultivators of the 5-element sect in water tanks. Moreover, Kingnu also consumed her first Tier 3 immortal peach yesterday. The quality of this spiritual fruit was high enough that its effects did not weaken her at all. It increased her earth, water, and wood elements by 1 point each. Next, all we need to do is wait for Kingnu to form her core. Then we can consume the 4th-tier immortal peach fruit. Basically, there won't be any problems with her immortal water spiritual root. After resolving this matter, Chen Mobai felt much more at ease. I'm going back to the immortal sect. I'll leave this place to you. That day, after watching Kingnu finish eating the stir-fried fish with bamboo shoots, Chen Mobai took his leave. Kingnu's eyes showed some reluctance, but she knew that the man in front of her was different from him, and he still had many ties with the immortal sect. Yes, I'll take care of things here, don't worry. Kingnu suppressed her emotions and smiled as she spoke to Chen Mobai. During this time, the 5-cornered ancient maple has absorbed half a tube of diluted myriad transformation thunder water. The originally charred and withered bark has completely fallen off, revealing the trunk inside that has been revitalized. However, after being reborn, this 5-pointed ancient maple is only at the ordinary 3rd level, and it may take a long time to recover to the peak of the 4th level. This was all thanks to the myriad transformations thunder water. Otherwise, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, the revived spiritual plant would at most be a 2nd-grade high-quality plant. But for Chen Mobai, that was enough. After all, he would only be able to use this 5-pointed ancient maple tree after he had reached the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai left 1.5 tubes of myriad transformations thunder water for Qingnu, and then held her, who was dressed in an ancient-style dress, for a long time before reluctantly riding the crimson cloud smoke robe. Their relationship had long been a natural progression. Qingnu's willingness to follow Chen Mobai to the heavenly river realm meant that he already understood her feelings, so they confessed their love to each other in the divine tree secret realm. Chen Mobai also promised Qingnu that at the appropriate time, he would hold a ceremony with her in this world to formally become Taoist partners and announce it to the entire eastern wilderness. Qingnu, however, said that being with him was enough for her, nothing else mattered. However, because Qingnu's primordial yin is very important to her cultivation, the 2 of them have not yet broken through the final level. But this kind of thing is no challenge for the experienced Chen Mobai. Before she reached the foundation establishment stage, Qingnu had already mastered the critical point technique. With her talent and Chen Mobai's personal guidance, she finally mastered the original Jade Lock Golden Gate technique of the critical point technique a few days ago. With no more reservations, the 2 had already tried that kind of thing when they were in the divine tree secret realm. Qingnu's first reaction filled Chen Mobai with an unprecedented passion. This was a union he had never experienced before, one filled with emotion and a near-perfect spiritual connection. When Qingnu came from the immortal sect, the black stockings she wore on her long legs made a tearing sound in her hands. Chen Mobai did not leave the wooden house in the divine tree's secret realm for 3 days and 3 nights. From that day on, in order to conform to local customs, Qingnu began to wear traditional Chinese long dresses or cheongsams, but Chen Mobai was even more interested in her in that style. That's why he didn't have time to answer Meng Huanger's calls during that period. "How about we leave tomorrow?" Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave on his crimson cloud silk robe, he saw the tall and graceful Qing Nu and suddenly asked her a question. Qing Nu immediately raised her head, her face and eyes full of joy. That night, the summit of Tianping Mountain remained sleepless once again. The next day, Chen Mobai, with great willpower, released Qingnu, who was only wearing a pure white bodice, from his arms. Under her reluctant gaze, he dressed himself and quickly left using the underworld array. "Team leader, these matters need to be dealt with as soon as possible." In the headquarters of the Heaven Mending Group, Lin Yin, somewhat weary, handed a large stack of documents to Chen Mobai, who had just emerged from seclusion. As the deputy head of the team, she had to take on the role of Chen Mobai's secretary after Qing Nu disappeared, and she hadn't had a break or a night's sleep for a whole month. "Thanks for your hard work." Chen Mobai naturally noticed Lin Yin's sudden appearance of dark circles under his eyes and felt a little embarrassed. After all, during this period, he used the excuse of signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation to go into seclusion, but in reality, he and Qingnu were living as a divine couple at Tianping Mountain. Although he was used to being a hands-off manager, he still felt somewhat guilty about putting his subordinates under such intense pressure. "Team leader, if this continues, I'll have no choice but to resign." Lin Yin was also starting to find it unbearable. As a foundation establishment cultivator, her role as deputy group leader was actually somewhat beyond her capabilities. During Chen Mobai's seclusion, she was in charge of almost the entire Heaven Mending Group. However, because this department knew too many secrets, the golden core cultivators of the 3 Hall Masters would come over to greet her from time to time. After all, every family has unfilial children. According to the rules of the immortal sect, if someone enters the enforcement department, their status must be made public to the entire immortal sect. Because of their special status, the Patching Sky Group is able to keep the details of the cases they handle confidential. Therefore, the upper echelons of the 3 main halls would often come over to ask the Heaven Mending Group to help cover things up. Lin Yin dared not offend any of these people, but he also dared not make any promises, because Chen Mobai disapproved of them. But only Chen Mobai could refuse these requests, so Lin Yin was under immense pressure during his seclusion. "Take a look and see if there's anyone suitable to promote in the team." Chen Mobai wanted to find a secretary similar to Qing Nu. Previously, Qing Nu had no ties and only listened to Chen Mobai, so she was very decisive in refusing any advice offered by a golden core cultivator she didn't know. Lin Yin had been waiting for him to say that, and immediately named several people. Among them, the one Chen Mobai was most familiar with was Zhang Li, who returned to the Heaven Mending Group after failing to form her core. She was previously the deputy leader of Group 4, a friend of Qing Nu and a member of the Zhangli family. Logically speaking, she was the most suitable candidate. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as she heard that she wanted to be Chen Mobai's secretary, she immediately shook her head and refused. The reasons are also very valid. "Chief, you know our family has existed for a long time, and our network of relationships is extremely complex. Any counselor in the 3 halls can find a few members of our family. When they pass on a message, how could I dare to refuse?" After listening to Zhang Li's complaints, Chen Mobai understood. People with family connections are less decisive than Qing Nu in their actions. It seems he needs to find someone with no background, or someone who is only loyal to him. Unfortunately, there is no one like that in the Sky Mending Group. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai decided to recruit people from outside. Lin Yin had no objection to this, but he subtly reminded them that the Heaven Mending Group was a clandestine department with a mediocre reputation among the immortal sects, and it also had a casualty quota. In addition, it had high entry requirements, so it was not easy to recruit people. Chen Mobai, however, was prepared for this. He clearly understood that his greatest asset in being able to sit in his current position was. Therefore, the newly recruited person must also be a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, so that he can naturally only fight on his side. Moreover, it is best if he comes from a commoner background and has no complicated relationships within the immortal sects. It would be even better if it were someone you know well. After considering all these factors, Chen Mobai quickly thought of two people. When he was the chief student council member at the Dance Academy, he served as secretary to two different people, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan. Under his orders, Lin Yin quickly obtained the two women's files through the Patching Heaven Group's channels. Among them, Hua Zijing is currently the director of an office in the Agricultural Bureau in Byakuyan Cave Heaven. Among the graduates of Wuki Dao Academy, he is considered to be doing above average. After all, they are now officially employed public servants. If you have strong enough connections, you can exchange them for core formation elixir after accumulating enough years of service. Zhuang Jialan joined the Talisman Makers Association after graduation and is now the president of the association in her hometown, Futi City. Although she can be considered a public servant, she can probably only exchange for 5 elements golden elixir. After reviewing the two women's information, Chen Mobai first called Hua Zijing. Hello. Hua Zijing, who was just passing the time in her office, answered the phone with a trembling hand on the number that hadn't lit up for decades. She suppressed her excitement and greeted the person first. Long time no see. I need a secretary right now. Once you come, I can guarantee that you can exchange your 60 years of service for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai got straight to the point and explained the purpose of his call. It might be inconvenient for me to change positions here. After listening, Hua Zijing only took a moment to process what she heard before realizing that this was her best chance in a lifetime to break out of her current social circle, and immediately gave a response from the side. I'll make the arrangements. The mere mention of Chen Mobai's name filled her with joy, and she responded with an expressing her affirmation of becoming his secretary. You can pack your bags now. I'm quite busy with work here, so be prepared. I will seize this opportunity to rise to the top. Hua Zijing gave the most positive response. Chen Mobai hung up the phone with a smile, then hesitated for a moment. He actually only needs one secretary, but 2 wouldn't matter either, since he'll be promoted in the future, and cultivating someone of his own to control the Patching Heaven group is also very important. Wu Necheng. As a blessed city near Huyang Cave, it is somewhat famous for producing a kind of excellent talisman paper. As the president of the local Talisman Maker Association, Zhuang Jialan, after checking the quality of the 102nd-tier talisman papers to be sent to Huyang Cave, took off her glasses somewhat wearily, applied some eye-clearing dew, and then stretched out her slender fingers to massage her overused eyes. Ring, ring. Just then the phone rang. Zhuang Jialan frowned and opened her eyes with a hint of helplessness. She thought it was another director from Huyang Cave Heaven urging her to deliver the talisman as soon as possible. He wanted to reach out and hang up, but then he remembered that he still needed to rely on the Talisman Makers Association to obtain the core formation spiritual object, so he could only suppress his frustration and sigh. Just as she picked up her phone, ready to answer, she saw the name on the caller ID and instantly snapped awake, all her fatigue gone. Jialan, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? When the call connected, Chen Mobai's cheerful voice came from the other end, making Zhuang Jialan feel flattered. When she first graduated, she would call or send a text message during holidays. However, as Chen Mobai's cultivation level increased, even after he reached the core formation stage, Zhuang Jialan consciously stopped this behavior. She felt she was no longer worthy of contacting him. The most recent text message she received was from 37 years ago, when Chen Mobai successfully opened up the Golden Core realm at the Foundation establishment stage. After learning the news, she couldn't help but feel excited and proud, and sent him a text message to congratulate him. Chen Mobai replied with the word "thank you." Since then, the next time we got in touch was via this phone number. Moreover, it was Chen Mobai who took the initiative to call. Suppressing her excitement, Zhuang Jialan chatted with Chen Mobai about various trivial matters in the Talisman Maker Association. Originally, she thought that after graduation, she could pursue her interests here, accumulate seniority, and improve her professional knowledge and skills. Little did they know, it would be the start of a mundane and monotonous routine, day after day, year after year. There are too many Foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect waiting in line to form their core spiritual objects. Even though she had already reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment, there were still hundreds of people in front of her from just the Dance Weapon Academy. Moreover, this number is increasing every year. Just because she's in line doesn't mean she'll get what she wants in order. There are many people behind her who can use various complex but flawless methods to get ahead of her in the queue. So when Chen Mobai extended an invitation, Zhuang Jialan didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. In the Talisman Makers Association, it might take 120 years to qualify for exchanging core formation spiritual objects, but in the Heaven Mending Group, it would only take 60 years, or even the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. This is almost equivalent to offering her several times her current salary as an invitation. Moreover, Zhuang Jialan felt that if given this opportunity, she would even pay out of her own pocket to work for the Sky Mending Group. Entering the Sky Mending Group requires an assessment, but I will arrange that. Send me an electronic copy of your resume. Once you arrive at Wangwu Cave, I will send someone to pick you up. You should be joining the team with Zijing at that time. Hearing that Hua Zijing, a senior student, had also been invited, Zhuang Jialan felt inexplicably disappointed. It turned out that she wasn't the only one. However, after hanging up the phone, she immediately put on her glasses and began making arrangements for her resignation. "President Zhuang, why did you suddenly resign? Was the pressure of delivering talismans too great lately? Young people can't be so slack. If you can't even handle such a small matter, how can I recommend you for exchanging core formation spiritual items in the future?" Soon, the Huyang Cave Heaven Talisman Makers Association, which had received her resignation letter, received a call from a director who was in charge of liaising with her. At first, the director's tone was relatively calm, but later he began to put pressure on her. "Director Guo, I've been invited by a classmate to go to Wangwu Cave. Please find someone else to do the work here." Zhuang Jialan said calmly. "Classmate? Which classmate?" "Zio Zhuang, I'm one of the elders who brought you into the association. Take my advice. The work and life pressure in Wangwu Cave is immense. Besides, after you leave without a document from our headquarters, other departments won't recognize your seniority accumulated in the Talisman Maker Association. You're not young anymore. 45 years of seniority wiped out all at once. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, you don't have enough lifespan to wait another 120 years." After hearing this, Director Guo on the other end of the phone said something that contained a veiled threat. "Director Guo, this classmate of mine is from the same year as me. After last year's conference, he became a member of the rotating committee of the Kaiyuan Hall, and also a major general in the military headquarters of the Zhengfa Hall, and the deputy minister of the Law Enforcement Department." Zhuang Jialan was too lazy to waste any more time, and simply stated these titles. "Hiss, it's committee member Chen who invited you." Clearly, Director Guo immediately recognized which important figure these positions represented and gasped in shock. "Zio Zhuang, why didn't you say so sooner? I'll process your resignation paperwork and proof of seniority for you right away. When you go to Wangwu Cave, I'll send these documents to the airport and hand them over to you." No. I'll get them done today and send them to Wunai City right away to give them to you personally." End of this chapter. Chapter 763, Two Secretaries. Chapter 763, Two Secretaries. Lin Yin looked at Hua Zijing, who was tall, slender, and elegant, and nodded slightly. This person looks very capable and will definitely be able to do a good job as the group leader's secretary. Hello, I'm Hua Zijing. Hua Zijing looked at the flat-chested beauty in front of her, who was wearing a black mask but clearly had a good appearance, and took the initiative to extend her hand to introduce herself. Lin Yin. After shaking hands and saying his name, Lin Yin quickly let go and pointed to the sofa next to him, saying, "Let's wait a little longer, there's another person to pick up." The two women are currently in a VIP waiting room at the airport. Lin Yin was arranged by Chen Mobai to pick them up, which also allowed her to rest. Chen Mobai also took the opportunity to resolve the issues that had accumulated within the Patching Heaven group. Although Hua Zijing wanted to communicate, she remained silent because she saw that Lin Yin had a somewhat aloof personality. A moment later, a woman with fair skin and delicate features walked in with her luggage. She was wearing a light-colored floral dress and had a slender figure. Hua Zijing was surprised when she saw her, but then she immediately realized what was happening and stood up to greet her. "Long time no see, Jialan." Compared to her delicate and youthful appearance at the Taoist temple, Zhuang Jialan now exudes a more intellectual charm. Today, she has taken off her glasses, applied bright eye makeup, and her long, smooth hair is slightly curled, giving her an elegant and serene demeanor. "This one looks good too." When Lin Yin saw Zhuang Jialan, his eyes lit up. The temperament that had been refined over the years made everyone who saw her feel comfortable and at ease. Hua Zijing has a more outstanding figure, but her appearance is somewhat heroic. However, if Lin Yin had to choose, she would prefer to have Hua Zijing's figure, because that's a major weakness for her. "The team leader has booked a formal dinner for tonight. We still have half a day left. Would you two like to rest for a bit?" Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Yin began to explain the arrangements for the day. "Chen Mobai has to go to the Immortal Affairs Hall on business today, so he won't have time during the day. I heard him say that there is an assessment required to join the skymending team. If I go today, will I have enough time?" Hua Zijing asked a question, mainly because she was worried that it might delay her meeting with Chen Mobai that evening. Lin Yin naturally understood what she meant, checked the time, and nodded. "Your onboarding assessments were specifically instructed by the team leader, and the team members responsible for this aspect are ready to be in place at any time. Let's go now, and he can start working officially tomorrow, which will lighten his burden." Hua Zijing's decisive words made Lin Yin glance at her with some surprise. Zhuang Jialan, carrying her suitcase, nodded quietly. Lin Yin made a phone call, and then took the two of them there directly. With Chen Mobai's prior notice, the two women naturally had a smooth journey. By the time they left the Patching Sky group, they had not only received their employee badges, but also submitted their files from various locations. Night. After handling a case involving a public official researching forbidden techniques, Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian invited the latter to dinner together. "Secretary Lan, you should know Zijing. If I'm busy in the future, I might have Zijing contact you." At the dinner, Chen Mobai introduced Hua Zijing, who had just joined the company, to Lan Haitian. When the Little Crimson Heaven was first opened, Lan Haitian was invited to help. The Dance Weapon Academy gave him a natal magic weapon embryo as a gift. At that time, Hua Zijing was Chen Mobai's secretary. Golden Core cultivators almost always have photographic memories, so when Chen Mobai reminded him, Lan Haitian immediately remembered Hua Zijing, who had been serving dishes nearby. After team leader Chen rose through the ranks, he didn't forget to help his former classmates. He's truly kind and generous. Lan Haitian smiled and drank a glass with Chen Mobai. Lin Yin, Hua Zijing, and Zhuang Jialan, who were sitting at the same table, immediately raised their glasses as well. Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, who had just started working that afternoon, couldn't help but feel that people's fates can change in an instant when they saw the two people sitting in front of them chatting and laughing. Yesterday, they were still repeating extremely boring and arduous work. And today, he is actually able to accompany the most important figures in the three main halls of the immortal sect, who hold the most prominent positions. They were about to become involved in their work and become a part of it themselves. This dramatic turn of events made the two women even more determined to seize this opportunity. After all, both Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian have the potential to become the three future palace masters, and the chances are very high. If that day really comes, then as secretaries who have followed Chen Mobai in his rise through the ranks, the two of them could also become deputy hall masters of the three major halls, just like Yi Yun is now. In that case, we can definitely get our hands on the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. Thinking about it this way, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan's breathing became slightly rapid. The opportunity to change their fate is right in front of them. If they miss this chance, they will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. After the dinner party ended, Chen Mobai asked Lin Yin to take Lan Haitian back. He, on the other hand, caught up with two old classmates. It's been such a long time. After changing to a different private room, Chen Mobai spoke first with emotion. He had been so focused on cultivation and the development of the Five Elements sect that he hadn't noticed that he hadn't seen his classmates and friends from the Tao Academy for over 40 years. Even among the close-knit nascent soul class, no one has spoken for over 20 years. The most exciting time was the day the news of Chen Mobai's successful core formation spread. That day, everyone was amazed by his extraordinary talent and urged him to give out red envelopes cash gifts. That was also the time when Chen Mobai's vanity was at its most satisfied. Unfortunately, after reaching the core formation stage, the once active group became quiet. Now Chen Mobai only keeps in touch with Ming Yifua, Yun Yangbing, and Wang Xingyu every year. Thank you for remembering us and being willing to lend us a hand. Hua Zijing raised a glass of wine and solemnly thanked Chen Mobai. In the environment of the immortal sect, exchanging 60 years of service for the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill is practically a life-saving favor. They're all friends. Chen Mobai smiled and clinked glasses with her, and then the two drank it all in one gulp. Meanwhile, Zhuang Jialan, who had been quietly standing to the side, picked up the opened bottle and poured more wine for the two of them after they finished drinking. After thanking her, Chen Mobai began to talk about his future work arrangements. You two should already know the work of the Sky Mending Group. From now on, Zijing will represent me in external affairs and in contact with the various departments of the three great halls. Jialan will be in charge of internal affairs. The matters of the ninth group of patching the sky will all be brought to your hands. You and Lin Yin can handle what you can. If you encounter something you can't solve, don't try to tough it out on yourself. Just tell me directly. It will definitely take some time to work things out at first, but just cooperate sincerely. I believe in your abilities, which is why I called you here, and I think you won't let me down. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, both women nodded, their eyes resolute. After explaining the work arrangements to the two secretaries, Chen Mobai noticed that it was getting late and asked them if Lin Yin had arranged accommodations. After receiving an affirmative answer, he nodded and took his leave. Then, in front of the two women, it flashed with silver light and disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing this scene, both Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan trembled. Although I already knew that this old classmate had mastered the art of walking in the void, I was still shocked when I actually saw it. Is this the #1 talent in the immortal sect? After returning to his apartment, Chen Mobai didn't waste any time and took out the 5 elements essence to continue cultivating. He has almost finished refining the 20 portions of the 5 elements essence he obtained from King Zhou. He discovered that it takes 100 portions of the 5 elements essence to cultivate a complete primordial true qi. It's no wonder that to achieve mastery of the primordial chaos true qi, it requires the assistance of 5 core formation cultivators who have expended 60 years of spiritual energy. In the middle of the night, after refining the last portion of the 5 elements essence, Chen Mobai felt the newly formed small stream of primordial chaos true qi in his middle dantian and couldn't help but nod slightly. He then glanced out the window and saw that it was still dark, so he continued to use the burning lamp technique to purify the primordial energy. Because the quality of this batch of 5 elements essence is average, the resulting primordial true qi is somewhat loose and requires this process. According to Chen Mobai's estimate, it would take about half a month to refine this primordial true qi to its ultimate purity. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mobai stopped his cultivation precisely, then tidied himself up and used the underworld array to go to work. Outside his office, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan were already seated at their desks, each holding a large stack of documents, learning and adapting to their job duties. Lin Yin was also there, and she happily handed over the heavy burdens she was carrying to the 2 women. Upon seeing Chen Mobai emerge from the office, the 3 women immediately looked up, stood up, and greeted him. "We're going to Kaiyuan Hall today to discuss some things with Counselor Wang Xinfu. Zijing, come with me." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hua Zijing immediately put down her work and picked up her briefcase. "Team leader, this is the breakfast I brought for you." Zhuang Jialan took a thermos from her drawer and handed it to Chen Mobai. Hua Zijing and Lin Yin, who were standing nearby, were stunned by this. Chen Mobai was a little surprised, as he hadn't eaten breakfast in a long time. However, since it was his subordinate's thoughtful gesture, he wouldn't refuse. After thanking him, he ate it on the way. It was steaming hot spirit rice porridge, seemingly cooked just this morning. After taking a bite, Chen Mobai couldn't help but finish the whole thing. As he put the lid back on the insulated box, Hua Zijing, who was driving, glanced at him from the front and caught his attention. "The food tastes pretty good. How are you all settling into your work?" As Chen Mobai spoke, he placed the insulated food container on the seat next to him, and then asked them how their first day at work felt. "There are a lot of things to do, and it will probably take some time before I can sort things out and fully adapt." Hua Zijing served Chen Mobai for several years as the student council secretary at the Dance and Weapon Academy. She knew he didn't like listening to empty talk, so she spoke her mind honestly. "I know your abilities. After decades of working at the grassroots level after graduation, your character has been honed to perfection. You just need a chance to soar to the top." In fact, those who can graduate from the Dance Weapon Academy are generally capable individuals, especially Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, who were both vice presidents and secretaries of the student council before graduation. Even within the dance weapon lineage, they possessed top-tier talent. But there are only so many positions in the immortal sect, and until the person who occupies them steps down, they can only remain at the grassroots level. Moreover, compared to the countless other foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect, they are already extremely fortunate. Those who had graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy were all given public office positions and qualified to queue up to exchange for core formation elixirs. Without Chen Mobai, they might have spent all their resources and savings during the final peak of their foundation establishment stage just to exchange for a core formation spiritual item, and then grit their teeth and try their only chance to form a core. If successful, one will rise rapidly to become a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. If unsuccessful, one will retire, enjoy the rest of one's life, and await death. Many people wait their whole lives for this opportunity, but never get it. Hua Zijing said with emotion that Zuo Kiyoshi, the former chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, was highly regarded by everyone because he had broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment while still in the academy. He was recruited by the Law Enforcement Department before he even graduated. After graduation, he only waited a year before being assigned by the Wookiee lineage to the Law Enforcement Bureau of a blessed city. After 5 years of work, he was promoted to Deputy Section Chief of the Traffic Management Law Enforcement Department, and after 10 years, he became a Section Chief. Now, 50 years later, Zuo Kiyoshi is the Deputy Director there. This is already considered to be doing very well. Even Zuo Kiyoshi cannot exchange his 60 years of service for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. He will have to wait in line again, and it is very likely that he will have to wait a full 120 years before he is arranged to exchange it. Therefore, the opportunity given by Chen Mobai was truly a life-changing moment for Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan. Because they were already at the 9th level of foundation establishment, if they obtained the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill in advance, even if they failed, they would have the opportunity and time to try a second time. The immortal sects are not lacking in talent. In fact, one could say they have an excessive abundance of talent. What's lacking are positions that allow talent to flourish. Of course, top talents still receive preferential treatment from the immortal sects. For example, Chen Mobai's good brothers Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing had already received invitations from the First Ordnance Factory and the Sky Curtain Network Administration Bureau before graduation. The offer was that they could exchange 60 years of service for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. And Chen Mobai, with his talent for becoming a nascent soul cultivator, goes without saying. Through Hua Zijing, Chen Mobai also learned about the situation of the student council graduates from those years. She still keeps in touch with them occasionally. They have all reached the 9th level of foundation establishment and are just waiting to exchange their years of service for core formation elixirs. In these boring days, the ambition they had when they first graduated to make a name for themselves has been almost completely worn away, and now they are just drifting through life. Since you have time, you can cultivate other secret techniques, such as the technique to enhance your spiritual roots. Chen Mobai said something, and Hua Zijing shook her head. People as self-disciplined and hardworking as you are very rare. In the later stages of spiritual root enhancement techniques, it can take more than 10 or even decades to improve even a little bit. Faced with the fact that there is no end in sight, many people basically choose to give up. After all, lying flat is very comfortable. The peaceful years of the immortal sects allowed most cultivators to choose to enjoy life, their families, and their daily routines while waiting for the elixir to form their core. Sigh, if I could, I would like to live that kind of life too. But Chen Mobai sighed and said something that greatly surprised Hua Zijing. From their student days, Chen Mobai's diligence and self-discipline had earned her great admiration. So even though his reputation as a potential nascent soul cultivator resounded throughout the immortal sects, Hua Zijing knew that even without that potential, with his unwavering determination to never give up on his goals, he would eventually reach the pinnacle of the immortal sects. With your current achievements, no one should be able to force you, right? Faced with Hua Zijing's question, Chen Mobai looked out the window and sighed softly. Indeed, no one can force me, but I am the only one in the dance weapon lineage who can step forward and take charge of the overall situation. Responsibility compels me to come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Hua Zijing was filled with respect. I just felt that the man sitting in the back was so great and responsible. At this point, the car had already arrived at the Kaiyuan Hall's office building. Chen Mobai took her to meet Wang Xinfu, who was now the second most important figure in the dance and weapon lineage in the Kaiyuan Hall, second only to Chen Mobai, the committee member. Wang Xinfu was somewhat surprised to see the unfamiliar Hua Zijing, but when he learned that she had also graduated from the Dance and Weapon Academy, his expression changed and he relaxed. The reason the two met today was because Yi Yun suddenly took a long leave of absence. She should be taking the infant nurturing pill. Chen Mobai thought of this, and Wang Xinfu nodded, confirming that it was the same according to his inquiries. During Yi Yun's extended leave, Shi Miao, who was also a member of the Kunpeng lineage, served as the acting head of the rotating committee at Kaiyuan Hall. Halfway through Chen Mobai's conversation with Wang Xinfu, a counselor from Jumeng Taoist Temple named Song Yingzhai knocked on the door and entered. If Wenren Zuwei is not around, she is the person in charge of the Jumeng lineage in Wanggu Cave. After speculating and devising strategies regarding Yi Yun's extended leave, the three reached a consensus. Overall, the situation remains stable. However, if Yi Yun successfully forms her nascent soul, the power of their two lineages will definitely shrink again. Therefore, deep down, they hoped that Yi would fail. But none of the three said it aloud. After introducing Hua Zijing to Song Yingzhai, Chen Mobai took her away from Kaiyuan Hall and the two then went to the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau. Chen Mobai bought another void blind box. However, from now on, he only needs to place orders and pay, and Hua Zhaijing will pick up the items. After obtaining the void blind box, the two went to the Immortal Affairs Hall to apply for the quarterly funding for the Sky Mending Group, which was of paramount importance. With Lan Haitian's intervention, the process went very smoothly. "Thanks, let's have another drink tonight." Chen Mobai extended an invitation to Lan Haitian, but the latter shook his head and declined, saying that he had to deal with Ying Guanghua's matter that evening and did not have time. The two made a promise to have drinks together sometime, and then Chen Mobai took Hua Zhaijing to the enforcement department of the Zhengfa Hall again. Although the Heaven Mending Group is directly under the jurisdiction of the Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall, it is nominally subordinate to the Law Enforcement Department. Therefore, the Finance Department's funds will be transferred to the Law Enforcement Department's account. If the Patching Sky Group has a bad relationship with the Enforcement Department, the process here will also be blocked. But after Chen Mobai stepped in, when Lianshan gave him face and personally made arrangements, guaranteeing that as soon as the funds arrived, they would be transferred to their Sky Mending Group that same day. By the time they returned to the Sky Mending Group, it was already completely dark. A busy day also allowed Hua Zhaijing to visit all three main halls of the Immortal sect, and she began to gain a general understanding of this highest authority. "Group leader, Senior Hua, you must be hungry. I asked the cafeteria to save some dinner for you." When the two returned to the office, they were surprised to find Zhuang Jialan still reading documents. Upon seeing them enter, she immediately stood up and inquired about their well-being. "Then have some." Normally, after finishing work, Chen Mobai would not eat and would instead meditate and cultivate himself. But since Zhuang Jialan has already made the arrangements, it's definitely best to eat it. After all, the food provided to him, the group leader, was quite good. It was 4th-grade spirit rice, which couldn't even be bought with high-grade spirit stones in the eastern wilderness. Because it was in the capital, Chen Mobai's meals consisted of low-grade 4th-level 5-peak spirit rice, a variant of immortal rice. Or perhaps it was the immortal rice that failed to advance, which couldn't be supplied to the nascent soul ancestor, so it was given to the three great halls. As the 4th-ranking figure in the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai could not eat the 4th-grade high-quality semi-immortal rice, but he had plenty of the 5-peak spiritual rice. This can be considered another benefit of being promoted. Consuming spirit rice can prolong the peak period of a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit. This is a benefit that can only be seen by persisting for a long time, but many cultivators in the eastern wilderness cannot afford it. Currently, only the 5 Elements sect is able to utilize the tens of millions of acres of spiritual fields cultivated on the eastern wilderness plateau to ensure that its disciples eat spiritual rice 3 times a day. The other independent cultivators, etc., eat a meal every 3 days on average. This is because the production of spirit rice exploded after the 5 Elements sect started planting it. Previously, cultivators mostly used fasting pills instead of grains, or they would only eat spirit rice as a reward after receiving a sum of money. After finishing his meal, Chen Mobai prepared to leave work. When asked, Hua Zhaijing and Zhuang Jialan both shook their heads. "Hua Zhaijing, I've been out all day, and I haven't finished reading the documents that Deputy Chief Team Leader Lin gave me. I'll take a look at them tonight so as not to delay tomorrow's work." "Zhuang Jialan, I'll accompany Senior Hua." Hearing this, Chen Mobai also offered some advice, telling them to proceed step by step and not to rush. However, seeing the two women's determined eyes and attitude, he let them be. "Then I'll borrow the weapon refining room of Group 2 for a bit. I'll keep you company while you work overtime today." Seeing his subordinates working so hard, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed. Just then, he remembered that there were still a few pieces of Nanshan jade ore in the realm that had not been processed, so he went to the best-equipped refining room that the second group had reserved for him. Under the all-seeing eye of the void, the interior of the jade ore is laid bare. Chen Mobai precisely controlled his sword energy, cutting through the stone skin. Early in the morning, Zhuang Jialan came over and placed breakfast at the door of the weapon refining room. The next day, Zhuang Jialan placed dinner at the door, cleared away the lunch trays, and was about to leave when the door to the weapon refining room suddenly opened. Team leader. Upon seeing Chen Mobai emerge, Zhuang Jialan immediately greeted him. You've worked hard these past few days. Chen Mobai smiled and handed her a jade pendant. This Nanshan jade is of good quality. After being infused with spiritual power, it will emit a clear sound that only divine sense can hear. It can purify the divine sense and eliminate fatigue. You've been working overtime every day, so it's perfect for you. This is so precious. Zhuang Jialan took a look and found that it was actually second-tier jade, so she couldn't help but decline and refuse. Take it, I have quite a few more. As he spoke, Chen Mobai reached out and lifted the air, opening up a realm where 6 or 7 jade artifacts of various shapes appeared before Zhuang Jialan's eyes. Afterwards, the two arrived at the office, where Chen Mobai gave Hua Zijing a pair of jade rings, which she accepted without hesitation. Lin Yin happened to be working overtime today, and since it was such a coincidence, Chen Mobai gave her a jade bracelet as well. Seeing the joy on the faces of his 3 subordinates after receiving the jade, Chen Mobai felt that his hard work over the past 2 days had been worthwhile. In the following period, their enthusiasm for work increased even more. Originally, it was expected that it would take more than half a year to take over and get used to the work, but unexpectedly, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan were already very proficient in just 2 months. Lin Yin felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Now, she only needed to focus on her own job and could concentrate on her work. The work efficiency of the 9th group of sky patching also began to improve significantly. Chen Mobai was even more satisfied when he saw this. He was also freed from the busy affairs of the immortal sect and had more free time. During this time, he could use it for his own cultivation, or go to the eastern wilderness to see the progress of the 5 Elements Merchant Guild's establishment, and also to deepen his relationship with Qing Nu. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. That day, Chen Mobai was trying to fuse 2 streams of primordial chaos true qi, one large and one small, when a very urgent phone call came in. On the phone, Shi Wanyu, her voice trembling with tears, told him that her father had stopped breathing in the hospital. Upon learning this news, Chen Mobai immediately asked Shui Xian for leave, which she granted without asking any questions. Shi Wanyu's father died of old age. He passed away with a smile, holding his wife's hand. He lived a very happy life as a qi refining cultivator for 120 years. Especially seeing his daughter's happy face before he died, he had no regrets in life. Not long after Chen Mobai returned, Shi Wanyu's mother also closed her eyes one night, with the 3 of them by her side, holding Xiao Hai's hand. The passing of both her parents within a short period of time was naturally a huge blow to Shi Wanyu. Although she knew this day would come, she was still deeply saddened when it actually happened. Chen Mobai accompanied her in handling the funeral arrangements for the 2 elders. Because of his special status, it was inconvenient for him to appear in person, so he entrusted the head of the Yu family to help. The head of the Yu family is named Yu Shijia. It was Yu Shijia who called Yu Huiping when Xiao Hai was able to go to Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Chen Mobai owes him a favor. Therefore, Yu Shijia knew about his affair with Shi Wanyu. After burying the 2 elders, Chen Mobai offered incense and was about to leave with the grieving Shi Wanyu and her daughter when he suddenly noticed Yu Shijia respectfully leading an unexpected person up the mountain. "Grandma, what brings you here?" When Chen Xiaohe saw Yu Huiping coming with Yu Shijia, he exclaimed in surprise. He then ran to her side and took her slightly aged hand. "Your maternal grandmother was my junior, so, upon hearing of her passing, it's only right that I offer her some incense." As Yu Huiping spoke, she nodded to Chen Mobai and the 2 greeted each other. "Thank you for coming all this way, Master Yu." Shi Wanyu bowed to Yu Huiping on behalf of her parents, but the latter immediately came over and stopped her. "No need for formalities, no need for formalities." Seeing that Yu Huiping had been overly polite, Chen Mobai had Shi Wanyu take out a stick of incense from the basket hanging on her wrist and hand it to Yu Huiping. "Thank you." After accepting the incense, Yu Huiping thanked Shi Wanyu. "Master Yu, you're too kind, please." Seeing that Shi Wanyu seemed to still be grieving, Chen Mobai took her place to greet Yu Huiping and led her to the tombstones of the two elders. After the worship ceremony, Yu Huiping was about to say goodbye and leave when Xiao Hai stopped her, saying that since she had come all this way, he should keep her company and let her stroll around the place. Okay. After hearing this, Yu Huiping looked at Xiao Hai with doting eyes and let her hold her hand. "Then you should take good care of Master Yu. Your mother and I will go to your maternal grandparents' hometown to pack some things." After giving instructions to his daughter, Chen Mobai greeted Yu Huiping and Yu Shijia, and then led Shi Wanyu toward Yumu City. Watching Shi Wanyu obediently follow Chen Mobai away, Yu Huiping hesitated to speak. Try out the new illustration feature. End of this chapter. Chapter 764, Purple and Green Canopy. Chapter 764, Purple and Green Canopy. After handling the funeral arrangements for the two elders, Chen Mobai asked Shi Wanyu if she would like to go to Wanggu Cave with him. Because of the 10-year local rule, Chen Xiaohe still needs to serve in Yumu City. Taking this into consideration, and also considering that Chen Mobai's parents needed care, Shi Wanyu decided to stay. "My cousin's family is still in Dangxia City, so you don't need to worry about my parents." Chen Mobai spoke up, but after considering it again and again, Shi Wanyu shook her head. In truth, she was afraid that if she went to Wanggu Cave with him, it would affect Chen Mobai's future. Chen Mobai didn't try to persuade him any further. That day, after seeing Yu Huiping off, he had little time left of the vacation he had requested from Shui Xian. After arranging things in Yumacheng, he also planned to leave. "From now on, things will be tough on you back home." After hearing this, Shi Wanyu nodded gently, then got up from his embrace and helped him get dressed. Chen Mobai also stayed in Dangxia City for a day. His parents' lifespans were also nearing their end, estimated to be within the next 2 years. However, Chen Xinglan and Tang Penghui were quite open-minded about it, and had even bought their own burial plots well in advance. Considering that it would be convenient for their son to pay respects in the future, they chose a grave next to Chen Mobai's maternal grandparents' graves. When I was having dinner with my parents, my uncle's family also came. My cousin Wang Xinying has grown into an outstanding talisman maker. Under Chen Mobai's arrangement, she is now the president of the Dangxia City Talisman Maker Association, and she was just elected this year. With this resume, if I have enough years of service in the future, I can wait in line for the elixir of immortality. After the family dinner that evening, Chen Mobai went to Dangxia Mountain. Besides the fact that the fourth-order spiritual vein here allows him to cultivate, it's also because he has arranged to meet Yan Bingxuan. Xuan Shuang Company's development has reached a bottleneck here. Have you ever thought about venturing out? The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, sat under the jade-green parasol tree, looking at the bright moon and stars in the sky and talking about their future development. "It would be best if you could go out, but I'm afraid it would affect your reputation." Yan Bingxuan nodded and expressed her concerns. She knew very well that Xuan Shuang Company's success was entirely due to Chen Mobai's support. It's all right in Dangxia City and Yumu City, since they're far from the center of the immortal sect and won't be under as much scrutiny. Once you leave the local area and enter the entire immortal sect's market to do business, all your connections will be exposed. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Besides, my background is just to give you a fair and just chance to compete with other companies. Whether you succeed or not depends on the quality of Xuanchuang Company's products. I have confidence in your professional abilities." Chen Mobai's words caused Yan Bingxuan's beautiful face to twitch slightly, and then she nodded solemnly. "Then I'll arrange the company relocation tomorrow. Which cave do you think would be suitable?" Logically speaking, the center of the entire immortal sect's evil energy should be in the western mysterious cave heaven, where the Heaven Mending Academy is located, but Chen Mobai doesn't think it's a good idea to go there. The reason Xu and Shuang Company was set up here was because he was here, so I hoped Yan Bingxuan would have a legitimate reason to stay here. Now that he has left the mountain for the sake of the Taoist Academy and been promoted to Wangwu Cave Heaven, he naturally hopes that his good friend Yan Bingxuan can go with him. This would also prevent her from running into Shiwanyu. Wangwu Grotto Heaven, you're almost at the 9th level of foundation establishment. You'll need to prepare for opening up your golden core realm there, so it's good to go and get used to it beforehand. Plus, that way, we can have a meal together when we have free time. Chen Mobai stated his reasons directly, and Yan Bingxuan nodded gently after listening, feeling that he had considered things very thoroughly for her. After discussing these matters, Chen Mobai asked Yan Bingxuan about her understanding of the power of the void. Yan Bingxuan took out a slightly shrunken void stone and asked Chen Mobai for advice on the questions she had accumulated over the past year. Chen Mobai happens to be an expert in this area. After all, there was absolutely no one in the entire immortal sect who could refine so many void stones like him. After answering Yan Bingxuan's question, Chen Mobai personally guided her to sense and listen to the power of the void. Unfortunately, what was very simple for him became extremely difficult for Yan Bingxuan. After all, Yan Bingxuan didn't have his unique voice. Before we knew it, a night had passed. Chen Mobai glanced at his flight schedule and realized it was almost time for his flight, so he had to stop teaching and say goodbye to Yan Bingxuan. We'll be able to meet at Wangwu Cave soon, so don't look like that. Seeing Yan Bingxuan's rare reluctance, Chen Mobai smiled and waved to her. Then his whole body flashed with silver light and disappeared from the top of Dangxia Mountain. After exiting the airport at Wangwu Cave, Chen Mobai met up with Hua Zijing, who had come to pick him up, and then rode in her car towards the Zhengfa Hall. He first had to report to Master Shui Xian, but the latter was not in his office. Chen Mobai only saw Gongsun Jilu, who was extremely busy handling various affairs of the Zhengfa Hall on behalf of Master Shui Xian. The two talked for a while, mainly to let the leader know that he had come over as soon as he returned. The same applies to Gongsun Jilu, the deputy hall master. Sometimes I really wish I could be like Yi Yun, get rid of all my work and take a long leave to achieve nascent soul. During their conversation, Chen Mobai learned from Gongsun Jilu that Yi Yun had indeed gone to achieve nascent soul formation. The location she chose was naturally the 5th order spiritual vein of Kunpeng Dao Academy. Gongsun Jilu was also a graduate of Kunpeng University and had a good relationship with Yi Yun. Moreover, she was lucky enough to get a pill from the batch of infant nourishing pills that had been refined before. Because when the pill was completed, Shui Xian, the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall, was already a nascent soul cultivator. Her pill was passed on to Gongsun Jilu, the head of the enforcement department. It was precisely for this reason that Gongsun Jilu was completely devoted to Shuixian and willingly devoted himself to the arduous task of writing documents. Those seniors who obtained the infant nourishing pill, apart from Vice Hall Master Gongsun, should all be in seclusion preparing to take it. Within the immortal sects, the allocation of these resources is generally fair and transparent, with the main focus on accepting social supervision to ensure that everything is done openly and honestly, without any underhanded dealings. Therefore, Chen Mobai knew the list of recipients of the infant nourishing pill. Gonga Jixu, Gongsun Jilu, and Yi Yun were obtained through redemption using their titles as deputy hall masters of the 3 main halls and their seniority. Another one that was confirmed first was Duanmu Longrong. The other 4 are Wang Shui, Nangong Xunyu, Hao Cao, and Nai Tinglin. Another one was reserved by the other side of the sea 100 years ago. Among them, Wang Shui and Nai Tinglin relied on their dance weapons, and Jumeng to exert their strength from behind. The competition between Nangong Xunyu and Hao Cao for the 2 pills was the most intense, because there were no fewer than 20 core formation perfection cultivators in the immortal sect who were on par with them. Although the four major academies of the immortal sects control most of the power of the three main halls, they still leave a way out for cultivators from other academies and schools. Even so, the reason why Nangong Xuanyu and Hao Cao were able to defeat so many competitors was because of the power struggle between the four major academies behind them. Nangong Xuanyu was supported by the Patching Heaven lineage, while Hao Cao received support from the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages. The immortal sects needed to give hope to the core formation cultivators from the academies and academies. Hao Cao had studied at the Wuqi Dao Academy, and Pei Qing Shuang, the daughter of Peach Blossom Venerable, was also his student. Therefore, these two sects chose him as one of their own. The Kunpeng lineage did manage to recruit a core formation perfection cultivator from the True Spirit Academy, but unfortunately, the infant nourishing pill allocated to the C region was originally their quota, so they ultimately couldn't compete with Hao Cao. Hopefully, in a few years, the immortal sect will have a few more nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in agreement with Gongsun Jilu's words. He hoped that Wang Shui, Hao Cao, and Nai Tinglan could successfully achieve the nascent soul stage. Vice Hall Master Gongsun is a master swordsman with the talent of Ancestor Bai Guang, so he should be able to succeed. What Chen Mobai said was completely different from what he was thinking. Forget it, I'm already doing well if I have 1/10 of the talent of Ancestor Bai Guang. You don't need to flatter me with your nascent soul talent. It's a pity that I'm so busy right now that I don't even have time to sleep. Otherwise, I would definitely have a good exchange of sword intent with you, a sword genius. Gongsun Jilu's words left Chen Mobai completely bewildered. Sword intent. He didn't master that skill. I understand now. Gongsun Jilu is showing off his mastery of sword intent. After Chen Mobai understood, he naturally didn't give her the chance. He gestured to Hua Zijing beside him with his eyes, and the latter immediately came over to say that the Patching Sky Group had accumulated a lot of things that needed to be resolved during his leave. Vice Hall Master Gongsun, I'll head back to handle my official business now. Let's spar again when we have some free time in the future. Chen Mobai's words brought a look of anticipation to Gongsun Jilu's face. She seemed to have taken them seriously. Could she be planning to defeat me in swordsmanship before I've fully developed, so she can brag about it later? Chen Mobai saw her expression and deeply misunderstood. After leaving with Hua Zijing, he was already thinking of an excuse to refuse his sword sparring with Gongsun Jilu. Back at the Patching Sky Group office, Zhuang Jialan, who had put her glasses back on outside, immediately came in with a stack of documents that she had already prepared. Although they had two capable secretaries, many things in the Patching Sky Group still required Chen Mobai, the leader, to handle personally. However, it's much better than before. The documents they left for Chen Mobai could all be processed in just the middle of the night. After finishing this, Chen Mobai stretched and saw that two secretaries were still working overtime outside the office, so he immediately went out. Let's call it a day, don't overwork yourself. Upon hearing this, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and began packing their things to leave work. Chen Mobai was afraid they were just putting on an act, so he only used the underworld array to return to his apartment after they left work. Because of his status, Chen Mobai can apply for third-grade high-level spiritual energy, which is the upper limit of spiritual energy in this apartment building. It can't compare to the Tian realm or even Dangxia City. To appear to be diligently cultivating every day, Chen Mobai would use a used top-grade spirit stone to absorb spiritual energy after returning home, but in reality, he mostly went to the eastern wilderness. Above the Longevity Wood Dojo, two bright and clear sword lights, one blue and one purple, shot straight into the sky, but after Chen Mobai gave the order, they quickly concealed their light and shadow. High in the sky, the hilts of the purple lightning and azure frost swords interlocked, forming a long line. They then spun in all directions, forming a purple-blue canopy resembling an umbrella at an extremely fast speed. This is condensing the pure and ethereal purple energy of the nine heavens. However, because there was no proper sword master to provide spiritual power, the two swords were struggling. It has failed many times. But as long as they try, even if they fail, Chen Mobai will give each of them 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward for their hard work. In just over a year, not counting the water spirit pearl, the Azure Frost Sword had already obtained more spirit stones from Chen Mobai than it had in Pei Qingshuang's hands for over 100 years. This made it feel like the spirit stones were a bit too hot for it, since it was new to the place. Despite not having accomplished anything, the Purple Lightning Sword Master still gave him a reward. No, I absolutely must master the 9 heavens pure purple chi. With this in mind, the Azure Frost Sword was even more diligent than the Purple Lightning Sword. Whenever Chen Mobai released them, they would take the initiative to ascend to the sky and unleash the purple azure canopy. Zioking, I've never worked this hard before, it's all for you. As the two swords clasped together and spun in the heavenly gang, the Purple Lightning Sword secretly rejoiced while brainwashing the Azure Frost Sword, because it received an extra high-grade spirit stone every time it mastered the 9 heavens pure purple splendor chi, so it actually worked harder than the Azure Frost Sword. But it insisted on pretending that it was working so hard for the sake of the Azure Frost Sword, so that the latter would be grateful to it. It's strange, I never had these feelings before. While being brainwashed, Zai Dianjian was pleasantly surprised to find that his spirituality seemed to have become stronger. In the immortal sects, magical artifacts also have upgrade paths. If one's spiritual growth is like that of a child, then that is equivalent to a 5th-tier magic weapon. Although both Qing Shuang and Qing Shuang were upgraded to 4th-tier superior grade and greatly increased in spirituality, because their respective masters had poured all their essence into them before their passing, they had only progressed 5% of the way to the 5th tier. The Purple Lightning Sword felt that the reason it had an abundance of spirit stones, after recognizing Chen Mobai as its master, was because of this. Therefore, spirituality increases. Anyway, she's definitely smarter than Zioking. Thinking this way, the Purple Lightning Sword was filled with motivation and pressure. It certainly didn't want to be surpassed by Zio Qing in the future. Chen Mobai also rode the crimson cloud smoke robe below the two swords, with the purple and green canopy spinning above his head. His pure yang spiritual power was also continuously being poured into the Purple Lightning Sword. Although the spiritual power cannot be fully matched, it can still reduce the burden on the two swords. Chen Mobai kept a close eye on the purple and green canopy with the sound of the empty valley. He saw that wherever the two swords spun, the void slightly distorted, and the purest wisps of yin and yang energy in the heavenly gang were constantly being absorbed and refined by the purple and green canopy. During its contact with the yin and yang energies, the Purple Lightning Frost Sword also emitted a faint glow. As time passed, the two swords absorbed more and more essence, and their originally thick and clear blades slowly began to become transparent. Deep within the blades of the two swords, one could faintly see a wisp of deep purple and the other of dark blue light forming and condensing. It seems we're going to succeed today. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. Overjoyed, he opened up a small void again and poured out his stored pure yang spiritual power into the Purple Lightning Sword. During the process of the purple and green canopy, the Purple Lightning Sword can also convert its own power into something that the Green Frost Sword can absorb. With Chen Mobai's strong support, the two swords, which were originally spinning in one place, suddenly moved back and forth in the celestial atmosphere like kites. Through communication with the two swords, it was learned that the yin-yang qi in this place had been completely absorbed, and it was necessary to go to another place. Chen Mobai immediately listened to his own voice echoing in the valley, and pointed to the direction where the yin and yang energies were most abundant in the heavenly gang. After an unknown amount of time, the purple lightning and green frost finally stopped. Chen Mobai immediately went to the two swords and reached out to grasp the hilts that were tightly interlocked. Then, from the two transparent blades, a deep purple-blue light began to flow backward toward the hilts, finally making contact where Chen Mobai gripped them. Accompanied by a pain that felt like being burned or frozen, Chen Mobai saw the deep purple and dark blue light begin to merge. Master, your cultivation level is insufficient. You may not be able to withstand the process of condensing the yin-yang qi into the nine heavens' pure purple radiance qi. The purple lightning sword noticed this and immediately sent a message, intending to stop. No, I can handle it. But after more than a year of hard work, this one success was the result, and Chen Mobai will definitely not give up. As he spoke, a golden light suddenly flashed in his left eye. Under Chen Mobai's command, Zidian and Kingshuang's sword did not hesitate any longer and immediately began the process of fusing the yin and yang energies. Chen Mobai's palm was split open and bleeding, while the other side was bluish-black and purplish with frozen liquid. However, in the state of Fangkun book, his expression did not change at all. He fully activated the effects of the longevity body, and powerful streams of vitality and blood energy began to surge from all parts of his body. His right hand's skin, flesh, tendons and bones kept disappearing and regenerating under the extremes of ice and fire. Fortunately, the amount of yin-yang qi extracted this time was not large, so the process stopped after only a quarter of an hour. However, Chen Mobai discovered that he still lacked the final push to condense and refine the yin-yang qi into the nine heavens' pure purple qi. Even with the help of the purple and green swords, it was still far from enough. Without further hesitation, Chen Mobai unleashed his strongest power. A colossal avatar wearing a white jade crown appeared behind him, also reaching out and grasping the purple and green twin swords. With a whoosh, the originally distinct deep purple and dark blue light finally merged into a single wisp of purple and blue energy under the grasp of the avatar outside the body. This is the pure and ethereal purple energy of the nine heavens. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile. After shedding his physical form, he took out a spirit sealing tube that he had prepared beforehand and put away this wisp of pure purple energy from the nine heavens. Thanks for your hard work. After putting away the spirit sealing tube with the talisman affixed, Chen Mobai thanked the purple and green twin swords and then gave them high-grade spirit stones. Seeing the azure frost sword repeatedly striking the spirit stone with its blade, the purple lightning sword inwardly scoffed and returned to its domain first. It can get an extra piece. However, since the two swords had been together during this time, in order to avoid the azure frost sword discovering anything amiss, Chen Mobai said that he would keep a record first and hand over the high-grade spirit stones that were in his possession to the azure frost sword after it left. Purple lightning sword thought this made a lot of sense. Green frost sword was petty and stingy, so they couldn't let it discover this. Having successfully cultivated the first wisp of the nine heavens' pure purple qi, Chen Mobai breathed a great sigh of relief. This means that his idea is correct. As long as he is willing to work hard, even if he has not cultivated the two great sword manuals of purple flower and azure sky, he can still successfully condense them. Unfortunately, there are still some troubles and difficulties. If only I could find someone to help me, just like with pure yang purple qi. Chen Mobai thought about this, but couldn't think of anyone who could do it for him. However, there's no rush. After returning to the immortal sect, he still needs to find a way to make a show of leaving the heavenly curtain and using the purple and green twin swords to refine the nine heavens' pure spirit purple qi. While reinforcing his image as a swordsmanship genius, he also laid the groundwork for using the nine heavens' pure purple qi in the future. After all, Chen Mobai could say that he was exceptionally gifted with the pure yang purple qi, and he could easily break through realms and improve without it. However, if one forms a nascent soul without the help of the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation from the immortal sects, then relying on one's talent would be somewhat unreasonable. Even the primordial ancestor still needs to go to the Taiyan star. If he successfully forms his nascent soul with the help of the resources of the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai plans to use the nine heavens' pure spirit purple qi as an excuse. Even if it's not a complete breakthrough, it's enough for a genius like him to serve as a catalyst for a breakthrough. In this way, coupled with his potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, he can give the people of the immortal sects a reason that is acceptable. As he thought about it, Chen Mobai seemed to see himself forming his nascent soul soon after, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, the Azure Frost Sword had already returned to its domain. Chen Mobai wanted to share this good news, so he simply took the teleportation array to Tianping Mountain, where Qing Nu was located. Chen Mobai hadn't been here for a long time, because he was busy with the funeral arrangements for Shi Wanyu's parents. The two, reunited after a long separation, were naturally inseparable. Afterwards, the drenched in sweat leaned against Chen Mobai's chest, holding the sealing tube that contained the pure purple energy of the nine heavens, her flushed face full of surprise. "You're amazing. You actually managed to condense the purple and green twin swords successfully." Back when they were at Jumeng Academy, Qingnu thought Chen Mobai was just daydreaming, but little did she know that in just over a year, the results of his success would be right before her eyes. "It's a pity that it wasted too much time. My main focus now is to improve my pure Yang scroll level and strive to reach the core formation perfection and 9 Yang body as quickly as possible." Chen Mobai was somewhat dissatisfied. After hearing his idea, Qingnu proposed a method. Pei Qingshuang cultivates the Azure Sky Sword Manual, which can greatly reduce the burden on the purple and azure twin swords. If she is willing to help, would it make things easier for you? That's definitely not a problem, but she just formed her core, and if I take her with me, there's a possibility of being exposed. I'll even have to share half of the 9 heavens pure purple chi I've condensed with her, which won't do. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head slightly, but Qing Nu smiled and told him her true thoughts. "You've already achieved perfect harmony with the purple and green twin swords. Since they can work with you flawlessly, they should be able to refine yin-yang qi if they work with Pei Qing Shuang as well. You can use the spirit sealing tube to store the yin-yang qi first, and then slowly fuse it when you have time. This will free up your time, and Pei Qing Shuang will thank you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that it made perfect sense. Pei Qingshuang chose the Azure Sky Sword Manual and the Azure Frost Sword because she wanted to use the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi to increase her chances of successfully forming a nascent soul. Now that Chen Mobai has convinced the purple and green swords, giving her this opportunity would be tantamount to giving her a second chance. However, Chen Mobai couldn't bring himself to say anything about this. It would be best to have Pei Qingshuang beg him. That way, he would reluctantly agree and still gain a great favor. There is also a concern about this matter. With Pei Qingshuang's spiritual power, even with the full cooperation of the purple and green twin swords, can she successfully refine it? Qingnu said this again, but Chen Mobai patted her and said that he had just finished practicing the face-fixing pearl, so he could go get it and at the same time arrange to test it out. It all depends on whether Pei Qingshuang has the good fortune to receive it. If there is enough pure and radiant purple energy from the 9 heavens, it will no longer be a problem for you and me to form our nascent souls. Chen Mobai held the smooth, green-haired girl in his arms with deep affection, feeling the sweat on her skin. He couldn't help but hug her slender waist again, and made her brace her hands against the window of the wooden house. After a period of trials and tribulations, Chen Mobai took out a jade hairpin made of Nanshan jade, and helped Qingnu tie up her long black hair that was draped over her snow-white back. "Thank you, I really like it." Qingnu used the water mirror technique to look at the orchid-shaped jade hairpin in her hair, and a smile appeared on her pale red cheeks. "So beautiful. Once you get the youth-preserving pearl, you can keep this most beautiful face forever." Chen Mobai's words made Qingnu feel even sweeter. Chen Mobai needed immense willpower every time he left Tianping Mountain. He didn't even dare to turn around, afraid that if he saw Qingnu's expectant eyes, he would be unable to resist staying. After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai called Zhuang Jialan in. "Have there been any cases in Linwu Cave recently?" He must have a reason to go to Jumeng Taoist Temple. That's where the Jumeng Dao Academy is located. There are no traces of the Ascension sect there. However, in the nearby Nanshan city, some new clues have been discovered regarding the incident you encountered last time, Chief Leader. Although Zhuang Jialan didn't know why Chen Mobai wanted to go to Linwu Cave, she still gave him a suggestion. Book me a plane ticket to Linwu Cave Heaven, and another ticket to take a train from there to Nanshan City, but leave a day for the transfer. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhuang Jialan nodded and went out. 15 minutes later, she sent the ticket booking confirmation to his phone. Zijing, could you please report my whereabouts to the law enforcement department for me? When Chen Mobai left, he called Hua Zijing again. She happened to be at the law enforcement department. Yes, team leader. End of this chapter. Chapter 765, related to immortal spiritual roots. Chapter 765, related to immortal spiritual roots. After Chen Mobai arrived at Jumeng Dao Academy, he was first taken by Wenren Zuwei to retrieve the face-fixing pearl. The two arrived at Conking, one of the 6 major pharmaceutical factories of the immortal sect. This is on the other side of thousands of mountains and rivers. In the middle of each island, medicinal pools with different functions were built according to their respective environments. Alchemy rooms and warehouses storing medicinal herbs were also built around the medicinal pools. Chen Mobai followed Wenren Zuwei inside and felt his eyes were open to a whole new world. Compared to the very primitive alchemy techniques in the Heavenly River realm, the immortal sect has basically achieved industrialization, especially in the processing and synthesis of medicinal materials, ensuring that every portion of medicinal power can be evenly distributed, and that the refined pills and spiritual water are free of toxicity. The youth-preserving pearl is in this medicinal pool. It can only be retrieved with the principal's talisman. The two arrived at the very center of the island. Wenren Zuwei took out a peach-leaf-shaped talisman, infused it with spiritual power to activate it, and then the mist on the surface of the medicinal pool dissipated, and 20 round and crystal-clear pearls flew out and fell into 2 large boxes that she had prepared in advance. 3 of them are for senior sister Wenren and you. Chen Mobai immediately spoke up, and Wenren Zuwei smiled and took one of them, handing the rest to him. We're going to see the headmaster and courier on Mushin Island later, so you can give it to them yourself. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded. As the two were leaving, they encountered another group of people who had arrived on the island by boat. Chen Mobai recognized the leader of the group. He was the chief disciple of Jumeng Taoist Academy back then. When Zhangzi saw the two, he stopped his boat and flew over to greet them. The cultivation method practiced by the sect leader, when used to take the wood essence golden elixir, had the same effect as the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir. Therefore, after graduating, he did not take the civil service exam but directly joined the Conking pharmaceutical factory, which was directly under the Jumeng Dao Academy. He was waiting to accumulate 60 years of work experience before attempting to form his own elixir. A batch of alchemy equipment is quite old and needs to be replaced. I brought the manufacturer over to take a look. Wenren Zhu asked the eldest son, who pointed to the dozen or so people on his boat and explained the reason. Is this the equipment from here in Iwo Jima? Wenren Zuwei asked, since Conking pharmaceutical factory was now under her management, and replacing the alchemy equipment would be a large expense that required her signature, so she was aware of the matter. Yes. Zhangzi nodded. Chen Mobai, who was listening nearby, had a slight thought. He had also been trying to find a way to get the alchemy equipment from the immortal sect to take to the eastern wilderness. We must not overlook Qingnu's talent for alchemy. Moreover, the materials for the first batch of Return to Truth pills in Return to Heaven Valley have been collected and sent to Giant Wood Ridge. Chen Mobai has already handed them over to Qingnu, who is currently studying the pill formula and processing the medicinal materials, and plans to start refining the pills in the near future. His own small-scale collection in the second-hand market is nowhere near as fast and comprehensive as directly acquiring equipment from large manufacturers. However, in that case, we need to find a pretext. Even if Wenren Zuwei trusted him exceptionally, she still needed to give a plausible reason for collecting such a large quantity of old alchemy equipment. It seems it's time to open a pharmacy here in the immortal sect. After saying goodbye to Zhangzi, the two quickly arrived at Mushin Island. Peach Blossom Master was waiting, and Chen Mobai presented her with 2 youth-preserving pearls, which made her smile like a flower. I haven't seen Senior Sister Pei today. Could she be in seclusion? Chen Mobai's main purpose in coming to Jumeng Dao Academy was to find Pei Qingshuang. Seeing that only Peach Blossom Master was there, he couldn't help but ask. Sanju has arrived and is teaching her some things. Peach Blossom Master's words startled Chen Mobai slightly. Among the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect, the only one he had never met was this 3 Absolutes Master, the head master of the Imperial Medical Academy. I wonder if I will have the honor of meeting the venerable Sanju. Chen Mobai's daughter, Zio Hai, was able to survive thanks to the 3 Absolutes Master. Although not many people know about this, since we are all on Wood God Island today, he naturally wants to express his gratitude in person. Then let's wait a while. After Cuyer formed her core, part of her bloodline awakened, and her physique underwent some changes. Master Peach Blossom seemed somewhat relaxed when facing Chen Mobai, and explained the reason why Master 3 Absolutes had come. Besides helping Pei Qingshuang with her diagnosis, there was something else. After Pei Qingshuang forms her golden core, she can apply to use the boundary gate to open up a golden core realm. Originally, Master Peach Blossom intended to take action personally, but Pei Qingshuang still had some pride and felt that it was not appropriate, so she offered a word of advice. Master Peach Blossom dotes on his daughter. Since Pei Qingshuang is worried about the impact and fears that outsiders will say she relies on her mother, she entrusted Master 3 Absolutes with the task. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. He then asked when Pei Qingshuang would apply for the boundary gate. He didn't hide anything and said that he had several friends at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. If he knew the exact time, he could make more thorough preparations for opening the Golden Core realm. Cuyer's cultivation level is now almost stable, but she still needs to adapt to the awakening of her bloodline, which may take another year or 2. Master Peach Blossom gave a rough time frame. Chen Mobai nodded. Around the same time, Yan Bingxuan and Zio Hai both naturally broke through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment this year, which was because they devoted most of their energy and time to the art of enhancing their spiritual roots. If they had another 2 years, their understanding of the power of the void would be even deeper, and with his guidance, opening up the Golden Core realm should be a sure thing. Just as the two were talking, a pinkish-white light shone on a branch of the big Chinese tun tree, causing Chen Mobai to look up. At the same time, a silver light flashed above the flower platform where they were, and an old man with a ruddy face and lustrous ears and a white beard appeared. Greetings, Venerable Sanju. When Wenren Zuwei saw the old man appear, she immediately bowed, and Chen Mobai quickly followed suit. You must be Chen Mobai from the dance acts. You're full of energy and vigor without a trace of illness. You're in great shape. Master Sanju clearly knew Chen Mobai. He glanced at him and knew that the young man was energetic and strong, so he nodded in satisfaction. In addition to my cultivation, I occasionally take some free time to practice body-strengthening techniques, and I have achieved some success. Chen Mobai was always humble when faced with praise from his elders. How is Cuyer? At this moment, Master Peach Blossom interrupted, pointed to the pink and white spiritual light, and asked Master 3 Absolutes. There's no problem. She's taking control of your longevity immortal bloodline. When the Venerable Sanju said these words, for some reason he did not avoid mentioning Chen Mobai, who silently remembered the words longevity immortal. On the contrary, Master Peach Blossom frowned slightly after hearing this, but he couldn't blame Master 3 Absolutes. In an instant, the flower platform fell silent. Master Peach Blossom was clearly afraid that, if she asked any further questions, Master 3 Absolutes would reveal something she didn't want outsiders to know. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei had already brewed the tea. She first served it to the 2 nascent soul cultivators, and then to Chen Mobai and herself. Chen Mobai didn't want Peach Blossom Venerable and Wenren Zuwei to know that he had a daughter, so after greeting the 3 Absolutes Venerable, he didn't thank him at this moment. But he happened to have another matter he wanted to ask, so he took the opportunity to speak up at that moment, breaking the silence. "May I ask, Venerable Master, what mysterious changes will occur after the spiritual root value is increased to 100 points?" Chen Mobai also used the Heaven Mending group to look up a lot of information about immortal spiritual roots, but it was mostly fragmented and unsystematic. It's a rare treat to meet such a master of medicine as Master Sanju today. It's a perfect opportunity to ask him some questions. "Oh, you're asking this. Could it be that you're close to mastering the pure Yang Dharma body?" The moment the three absolutes master spoke, Chen Mobai was at a loss for words. Although he was indeed close to mastering the skill, it certainly couldn't be done so quickly within the immortal sects. "It's like this, I'm about to break through to the 7th level of the golden core, but my progress in the pure Yang Dharma body has been stuck at the 8th level. However, I've estimated that when I reach the 9th level of perfection, the value of my fire spirit root will definitely reach 100 points, so I'm very curious about this." Chen Mobai plans to break through to the 7th level of the golden core realm in the immortal sect next year, so as to further solidify his image as a genius. 100 points is the limit of spiritual roots, and also the perfection that the human body can achieve. After reaching this point, spiritual roots can transcend the human body and build a bridge between the human body and the world, allowing the human body to use this bridge to comprehend the profound Taoist principles related to the attributes of spiritual roots in the world. According to ancient legends, those who can do this have already become immortals from humans, so we named it immortal spirit root. However, immortal spiritual roots are not necessarily all good things for cultivators, because they are the ability to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth that should only be obtained after becoming an immortal. If a cultivator obtains them early, he or she may become addicted to them if his or her will is not strong enough. According to the research of the Heaven Mending Academy, the first contact between the human body and the great Tao of heaven and earth at the moment of achieving the immortal spiritual root is equivalent to hearing the Tao. However, the hearing of the Tao during the foundation establishment stage is not possible because the cultivator's realm is not high enough, and there is still the barrier of the physical body. Instead, one can gain many benefits in a state of ignorance. The effect of hearing the Tao when one has a celestial spiritual root is much more intense than when one is in the foundation establishment stage. Many cultivators cannot withstand the direct impact of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and thus have to stop and give up the process of hearing the Tao in order to avoid their consciousness being assimilated. At this point, Master Sanju shared some cases he knew. Some stubborn cultivators with immortal spiritual roots want to use the process of learning the Tao to break through the bottleneck of a higher realm. However, when breaking through to a higher realm, one's own spirit and energy are at their most unstable during a leap in life. If this is compounded by the impact of the great Tao of heaven and earth, then one is more likely to explode at the slightest touch. They mostly died from their bodies exploding, leaving no trace of their remains. This is the most tragic. Some people, even with a stable cultivation level, comprehend the profound Taoist principles of heaven and earth, but unknowingly become immersed in them. When they wake up, they find that their spiritual power has dissipated into the world. Because heaven and earth are ruthless and treat all things as straw dogs, while cultivators have accumulated a lot of energy within their bodies, according to the great Tao of heaven and earth, this energy needs to be dispersed to fill the remaining weak points. The Venerable Sanju recounted several negative examples, causing Chen Mobai to break out in a slight sweat and drink several cups of tea. Fortunately, apart from these, the rest of the immortal spiritual roots that hear the Tao are generally considered to be doing good things. For example, some cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to condense a strand of innate 5 elements essence. Some, however, gained supernatural powers. Even the worst-case scenario is that, after hearing the Tao through the immortal spirit root, one can gain a deeper understanding of the cultivation techniques and methods one uses. Thank you for your explanation, Venerable Master. After listening to the lecture by the Venerable Sanju, Chen Mobai immediately picked up his teacup to express his gratitude. And then there are those like her daughter. If they upgrade to immortal spiritual roots, they can use the great Tao of heaven and earth to fully activate their bloodline and reach their complete state. After Master Sanju finished drinking, he pointed to Pei Qingshuang in the spiritual light. Master Taoyu's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. This is yet another thing she doesn't want anyone to know. Just then, the pinkish-white spiritual light on the branch of the great ailanthus dissipated, revealing Pei Qingshuang's tall and graceful figure. She opened her clear, sparkling eyes, and her whole being seemed like a goddess descended from heaven to earth, with an ethereal aura and an even more unparalleled beauty. She quickly spotted the crowd below. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." After Pei Qingshuang arrived, she first thanked the three absolutes' master, who waved his hand dismissively. Chen Mobai noticed that she seemed even more beautiful today than when he last saw her, and her cultivation also seemed to have improved somewhat. Is this the bloodline of the immortal of longevity? Junior Chen is here today too. At this moment, after greeting Peach Blossom Master and Wenren Zuwei, Pei Qingshuang also spoke to him. I recently achieved a spiritual connection with the Azure Frost Sword and plan to practice the Purple Azure Canopy using the Purple and Azure Twin Swords. However, I wasn't entirely confident about the first time, and I wanted to succeed, so I came here to ask Senior Sister Pei for help. Let's work together as the two sword masters and see if we can condense the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi. Chen Mobai felt that Pei Qingshuang had the potential to challenge his status as the #1 talent in the immortal sect, so he couldn't help but speak up about the main purpose of his visit today. As expected, as soon as he said this, everyone who was calmly drinking tea stopped what they were doing and looked at him in shock. Even Pei Qingshuang, who had just undergone a transformation through her bloodline and possessed an extraordinary temperament, fell from the sky again upon hearing this news, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You have made a relationship with the Azure Frost Sword." She could barely speak clearly. "Good, after more than a year of adjustment, it has finally accepted me." As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and made a sweeping motion, opening up the void. The two swords, one purple and one green, flew out one after the other, like two startled dragons. After circling around him once, they quietly landed in his hands. Junior brother Chen's talent in swordsmanship is probably no less than that of old ancestor Bai Guang. Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. "Not at all, I've only gained some experience in getting used to swords. I'm still far from mastering the art of swordsmanship." Chen Mobai was as modest as usual, but at this moment, everyone had already equated him with Bai Guang patriarch in their hearts, and even felt that he was above Bai Guang. However, it's not easy to say this out loud, since the ancestor is still alive. No wonder this kid caught the old patriarch's eye. Looking at the humble Chen Mobai, Master Sanju couldn't help but think to himself that if he had time in the future, he could also have more exchanges with this junior. Because he felt that, with the protection of the white light ancestor, even in an environment like the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was guaranteed to at least reach the nascent soul stage. Even in the future, he might truly become a deity. "Junior brother Chen, how do I try the purple and green canopy?" At this moment, Pei Qingshuang calmed down and accepted the fact that her swordsmanship talent was far inferior to Chen Mobai's. She felt guilty for her somewhat smug attitude after her bloodline awakening. "The junior before me possesses unparalleled talent, the greatest in the history of the immortal sects, yet he remains so humble. He himself has become arrogant after merely undergoing a baptism of the longevity, immortal spiritual light, demonstrating a profound difference in mindset compared to the junior. I have already communicated with the purple and green twin swords. When the time comes, the twin swords will absorb the yin and yang energy on their own, and you and I will mainly provide spiritual power." Chen Mobai had used the Purple Azure Canopy technique more than a dozen times in the Heavenly River realm, and he was already very familiar with the process. Moreover, when he came here this time, he also told the purple and green twin swords that they should not open their hearts or communicate with anyone other than him. Anyway, all you need to do with the dual swords is work. The purple and green swords prefer such simple commands, as their spirituality is only just beginning and they cannot comprehend anything too complex. In that case, we need to apply to the Celestial Curtain and Earth Network Administration Bureau for permission regarding the yin-yang qi. At this moment, Peach Blossom Master thought of this point. She had already arranged the Azure Frost Sword for Pei Qingshuang and was naturally very clear about the process of condensing the Nine Heavens pure spirit purple qi. I've already applied in advance. The Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau was under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Chen Mobai personally gave Lan Haitian a heads-up, and Hua Zijing went there the next day to complete all the procedures. Does Cuyer need to rest for a while? Master Peach Blossom was a little worried about his daughter and couldn't help but ask her a question. However, Pei Qingshuang shook her head, indicating that she was currently at an unprecedented peak and that this was a rare opportunity. If it weren't for Chen Mobai, she estimated that she would not be able to attempt to condense the yin-yang qi until she reached the peak of core formation. Let's go up now. As Chen Mobai spoke, he released the Qing Shuang sword he was holding in his left hand, and the sword flew out somewhat reluctantly, landing in front of Pei Qing Shuang. Seeing this scene, Pei Qingshuang felt inexplicably heartbroken. Let's go take a look together. Master Peach Blossom was still somewhat uneasy and said, Master 3 Absolutes is also very interested in the Nine Heavens pure spirit purple qi. He wants to see if it can be used in medicine. Wenren Zhuwei naturally wouldn't miss it and wanted to see for herself. Master Peach Blossom raised the flower platform beneath their feet, and they quickly passed through the celestial canopy and entered the Nine Heavens of earthly origin star. Chen Mobai was the first to release the purple lightning sword from his hand. Before Pei Qingshuang could let go, the Azure Frost sword had already flown out on its own. As the hilts of the two swords interlocked, Chen Mobai made a gesture, injecting his pure yang spiritual power into the swords, pretending that he was controlling the purple and green twin swords. The same process occurs within the Nine Heavens of the immortal sect. When Master Peach Blossom saw wisps of yin-yang qi being absorbed by the purple azure canopy and condensing into a deep purple-black flowing light within the sword, he couldn't help but reveal a look of delight. With this, Pei Qingshuang's chances of forming a nascent soul have greatly increased. After all, with her influence, there's definitely no problem with the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. Moreover, Pei Qingshuang's longevity immortal bloodline also enhances the chances of nascent soul formation. If she also possesses the Nine Heavens pure purple qi, the probability of success is basically over 50%. Thinking of this, Master Peach Blossom looked at Chen Mobai with increasing satisfaction. Sanju, what do you think of Cuyer and Zio Chen? Just as Chen Mobai and Pei Qingshuang were sitting under the purple and green canopy, jointly providing spiritual power to the purple and green twin swords, Peach Blossom Venerable suddenly asked the 3 Absolutes Venerable beside him this question. What do you mean, how? Master Sanju was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. Is it just a matter of whether they're a good match or not? Peach Blossom Master said directly that she had this idea when Chen Mobai received the purple lightning sword as his master. It was just a pity that the boy was a bit arrogant and seemed to have refused the marriage proposal because he had Qing Nu, his childhood sweetheart. Now, Master Peach Blossom thinks that it's acceptable to not let him marry into the family, but instead let his own daughter marry into the family. I don't think your daughter and Zio Chen will end up together. Master Sanju knew the truth, but it was not something that could be said, so he gave a subtle reminder. This kid is obviously a loyal lover. His childhood sweetheart was taken away by the Ascension sect. In order to prevent him from being troubled by love and wasting his talent, I think he should start a beautiful love again. After this matter is over, I will teach Cuyer a good lesson. Master Peach Blossom had great confidence in his daughter. As the bloodline of the immortal of longevity continued to awaken, Pei Qing Shuang would increasingly display her ethereal beauty. Moreover, she had a trump card. She didn't believe Chen Mobai wasn't tempted. When it comes to relationships, I think it's better to let things take their natural course. It's not good to force them. Master Sanju reminded him again. But at this moment, Chen Mobai made a move, condensing the yin-yang qi within the sword into the 9 heavens pure purple qi. This dashing scene further solidified Peach Blossom Master's resolve. Only he is worthy of his daughter. I can't believe it. I succeeded on my first attempt at condensing it. I'm really lucky. Chen Mobai, riding the crimson cloud silk robe, flew to the 3 onlookers, carrying Pei Qingshuang, who was slightly out of breath after exhausting her spiritual energy. He smiled and said. At this moment, the purple and green twin swords also dispelled their canopy form, flew to Chen Mobai's side, and eagerly returned to their domain. Because it's not easy to give spirit stones within the immortal sects, Chen Mobai had already paid the reward in advance and placed it within the realm. The 2 sword strikes that use the purple and azure canopy technique have taken a toll, so I need to go back and absorb some high-grade spirit stones to recover. Pei Qingshuang, who originally wanted to relive her time with the azure frost sword, was even more disappointed upon seeing this scene. This time, we are also grateful for Senior Sister Pei's crucial azure sky spiritual power. Please accept this tube of 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. In order to play the long game, Chen Mobai generously handed the tube in his hand to Pei Qingshuang. The way Master Peach Blossom looked at Chen Mobai was beyond satisfaction. He was treating him like his son-in-law. The 3 Absolutes Master was somewhat envious, as even he had not studied the 9 heavens pure purple qi. Pei Qingshuang felt unworthy of the offer and repeatedly declined. But Chen Mobai is definitely going to give it to her. How about I study it first? I noticed that you seemed a bit strained when you were fusing the yin and yang energies, Xiao Chen. Let me see if I can come up with a simpler method, or a method that can be replaced with tools or equipment. The venerable Sanju, who was watching with envy, shamelessly spoke up and said something like this. Pei Qingshuang was embarrassed. The 3 Absolutes Master had done her a great favor, and she couldn't refuse his request. However, she didn't feel that the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi belonged to her. Senior Pei, you can make the decision. This item is already yours. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Pei Qingshuang nodded and handed the matter over to the 3 Absolutes Master. All right, don't worry, you two. I'll study this thing and return it to you after I'm done. Ha, if that brat Yuan Su knew I had this, he'd definitely be green with envy. After obtaining the 9 heavens pure purple qi, the 3 Absolutes Master bid farewell to the Peach Blossom Master right there in the sky. He couldn't wait to return to the Imperial Medical Academy and his own research lab. However, this matter could not be kept secret at all. After all, everything in the immortal sect was under the cover of the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Chen Mobai and his group were not concealed when they condensed the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. So, as soon as they landed on Wood God Island, Master Yuangsu called Chen Mobai's cell phone. Master Yuangsu was also very direct, asking if he could get him a wisp of the 9 heavens pure purple qi, on the condition that Chen Mo would give it away for free. Chen Mobai also spoke frankly, saying that although he succeeded in condensing it the first time, he didn't know if he would fail the second time. Moreover, Pei Qingshuang's spiritual energy was exhausted, and it would take at least a month or 2 to recover. I'm coming right now, let's discuss this in person. However, Master Yuangsu's passion for research was beyond Chen Mobai's imagination. After he finished explaining the process and difficulties of condensing the 9 heavens pure purple qi, the former had already booked his plane ticket. I came to Linwu Cave Heaven on official business, and need to return to Wangwu Cave Heaven soon. I'll call Narcissus, just wait for me. Master Yuangsu didn't give Chen Mobai a chance to refuse and hung up the phone directly. Chen Mobai looked helpless. The two did not hide their conversation from Master Peach Blossom and the others. After listening to it, Master Peach Blossom was somewhat displeased. She could accept giving Sanju a share. After all, she was able to give birth to Pei Qingshuang entirely thanks to Sanju's help. Why should I, Yuangsu, Have my daughter and son-in-law go to the trouble of condensing the 9 heavens pure purple chi for you." Just as she picked up her phone, ready to give Yuan Su a piece of her mind, a call came in first. "Yes, yes, okay, I understand." After receiving the call, Master Peach Blossom's attitude changed completely. After ending the call, she spoke with a bitter expression. "Ancestor Kaingsing also wants a portion of the 9 heavens pure purple chi to study." End of this chapter. Chapter 766, Pure Yang Qi. Chapter 766, Pure Yang Qi. If Ancestor Kaingsing wants it, then it will definitely be arranged immediately. When Yuan Su arrived and learned about this, he even took the initiative to step aside. Master Shuixian also called personally to say that he had granted Chen Mobai a long leave of absence, and that he could come back whenever he wanted. But Chen Mobai didn't want a holiday at all. He originally just wanted to come to Jumeng Dao Academy to show off his purple-green canopy and demonstrate that he could condense the 9 heavens pure purple chi, so as to pave the way for him to not need the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation from the immortal sect in the future. However, he underestimated the allure of the 9 heavens pure purple chi. In this situation, there's no other way but to get a wisp of star-pulling ancestor for now. Master Peach Blossom has arranged for the best 5th-order spiritual energy to help Pei Qingshuang recover her spiritual power. Because Chen Mobai had a small void that stored pure yang spiritual energy, he did not suffer any loss when condensing the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi. But he also pretended to be very exhausted. This way, if other people come to you in the future seeking the 9 heavens pure purple chi, you can use this as an excuse to refuse them. However, he certainly couldn't recover slower than Pei Qingshuang, and he also had to maintain his image as someone with a solid foundation. So after a week of seclusion on Wood God Island, he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Master Yuangsu, who had arrived earlier, immediately invited him to have tea. As a nascent soul cultivator, Yuan Su must have an entire island rich in spiritual energy as his place of residence. After Chen Mobai arrived, he saw that Master Yuan Su was sitting in a pavilion that extended from the island onto the lake, and tea had already been brewed. "Tell me what your needs are, and I'll see if I can meet them." Yuan Su spoke very directly, clearly showing that he valued the 9 heavens pure purple chi very much. They are all prominent figures in the immortal sects. They certainly wouldn't take it for nothing. "I heard that the ancestor Yuan Yang left behind a breath of pure yang energy at the Heaven Mending Academy." Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then brought it up. He had been craving this pure yang energy for a long time, but even Nangong Chuanyu couldn't get it, so he had no chance at all. He hadn't even dared to dream about it before. "I'm afraid that won't work. This is a unique, extinct item from the immortal sect. Once it's given to you, there won't be any more." Master Yungsu's words filled Chen Mobai with regret. However, he understands this, as the immortal sects have clear legal regulations against using rare spiritual resources. If in the future, the immortal sects develop to a golden age, and a genius makes a technological breakthrough that allows them to artificially synthesize these rare spiritual items, then the resources left behind for seed production could play a transformative role. For example, the artificially synthesized earthly fiend Qi developed by Master Yuangsu. If the immortal sect hadn't left behind enough seeds of earthly fiend Qi, they would be powerless to do anything about it now, even if they had the technology. "Then I don't have any other needs. However, I have studied the art of mending the heavens. If you need it, Master, once Senior Sister Pei and I finish dealing with the Ancestor's wisp, we will arrange it for you immediately." Chen Mobai still had a good impression of Master Yuangsu. After all, Zhou Shenking was able to cultivate the Dharma body nascent soul entirely thanks to the rejuvenating spirit water that Chen Mobai had cultivated. Moreover, condensing a wisp of the 9 heavens pure purple chi is not particularly difficult for him, just troublesome. "Thank you." After hearing this, Master Yuangsu did not refuse and accepted it readily. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he said something that filled Chen Mobai with hope. "If it's pure yang energy, there are actually ways to." The pure yang energy left behind by the ancestor Yuan Yang was at the peak of the fifth rank. It was left behind by him before his death to guide the future pure Yang Dao seed of the immortal sect. According to the last will and testament of ancestor Yuan Yang, if someone were to achieve the divine transformation through the pure Yang scroll, they could refine this peak fifth-order pure Yang Qi and embark on his unfinished path of cultivation. However, because this pure Yang energy was at a level almost equivalent to the highest level of the immortal sects, all the nascent soul true monarchs after the primordial Yang ancestor had used a wisp of it for research. This time, with Master Kaingsing's endorsement, you should also condense the nine heavens pure spirit purple Qi for him. Let me see if I can use his name to give you a wisp of pure Yang Qi. Master Yuanxu's words surprised and delighted Chen Mobai. However, this matter must be reported to Ancestor Kaingsing. Yuan Su dared not make the decision on his own. But if it were someone else, Yuan Su wouldn't even say those words. Chen Mobai watched as he took out his phone and respectfully dialed a number. In the entire immortal sect, the only one who could elicit such an attitude from Yuan Su was clearly the nascent soul ancestor. The call didn't go through at first. However, Yuanxu was used to it. When the star-piercing ancestor was playing games, he would not answer the phone until he finished the game. After explaining to Chen Mobai, Yuan Su made another phone call. Chen Mobai recognized the voice on the other end of the phone. It's Chen Chun. Both nascent soul ancestors had disciples serving them. Bai Guang ancestor was accompanied by Yu Huiping, while Qian Xing ancestor was accompanied by Chen Chun. However, Yuanxu is considered the most direct successor of the star-piercing ancestor in the heaven-mending lineage, so Chen Chun was quite polite on the other end of the phone, saying that she would go in and talk to the ancestor after he finished the game. And this wait lasted for 2 hours. When Master Yuanxu saw the call coming back from Ancestor Kaingsing, he immediately cast a silencing spell before answering. About 5 minutes later, the call between the master and the apprentice ended. If the ancestor has no objection, once the nine heavens pure spirit purple Qi has been condensed, you can come back to the Heaven Mending Academy with me, and I will divide a wisp of pure Yang Qi for you. Hearing Master Yuanxu's words, Chen Mobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth it. After receiving the news, he made arrangements for the star-piercing ancestor first. Next, Chen Mobai asked about immortal spiritual roots. As expected, Yuanxu Shangren knew more than Sanju Shangren, and this information was actually stored in his heavenly calculation bead. After speaking, Master Yuanxu directly transmitted the information to Chen Mobai. Our academy has conducted many experiments using the moment of generating immortal spiritual roots, in an attempt to control the gains from learning the Tao under that state, and guide them in the direction that cultivators need. Among these, the most difficult is to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and achieve immortal techniques and supernatural powers, because this requires an extremely deep process of learning the Tao, and cultivators can easily get lost. The medium-level gain is to condense the innate 5 elements essence, as long as one goes relatively deep, and can maintain one's original mind during the process of learning the Tao. The simplest is to comprehend one's own cultivation techniques and methods, restrain one's greed, and only dabble in the process of learning the Tao. Your immortal spiritual root is acquired later in life, but you lack the innate essence of the 5 elements. You can try to work towards that direction, which will increase your chances of forming your nascent soul. Through this incident, Chen Mobai's relationship with Master Yuanxu progressed further, with this top researcher from the immortal sect even taking the initiative to guide him. However, Yuan Su was unaware that Chen Mobai had undergone 2 foundation-building processes due to the 2 phases technique. The second time, during the Pure Yang Scroll foundation building, was the Hearing the Tao foundation building, where he received a stream of innate fire elemental essence that infused his body, transforming him into a fire spirit body. I'll study it first, after all. It's still a long way from achieving the perfect pure Yang Dharma body. Chen Mobai's words made Yuan Su nod. In the immortal sects, the pure Yang Dharma body is known to be easy to learn but difficult to master, and the progress becomes slower and slower. Although Chen Mobai's compatibility with the Pure Yang scroll is almost perfect, it is indeed too early for him to achieve immortal spiritual roots. Next, Chen Mobai expressed his concern for Master Chengxuan, who was in seclusion to test the flower blooming momentarily, and even asked Master Yungsu about this forbidden technique. The research is basically complete. Now all that's missing is Chengxuan's experimental data. However, Master Yungsu revealed a truth that Chen Mobai was unaware of. It turns out that Master Chengxuan's experiment of the flower blooming moment during his seclusion also had the support of Yungsu. Even he and Yu Yi, under the guidance of the star-piercing ancestor, jointly researched and deduced this forbidden technique to ensure that the Flower Blossom Academy master did not conceal or tamper with it. After the forbidden technique was deduced and confirmed, they needed experimental data. They chose Chengxuan over Lin Dayaming, and Yu Yi followed the whole process, providing protection and recording the entire experiment. As for why Chengxuan was chosen, it was because Lin Dayaming had previously shown signs of colluding with the Ascension sect, and this matter was also used to warn him. It's a pity that Senior Lin ultimately chose to leave the immortal sect. At this point, Yuan Su sighed and said no more. After all, Lin Dayaming's defection involved many secrets of the Patching Heaven lineage, and even the star-pulling ancestor. He certainly couldn't tell Chen Mobai about these things. Master, this technique of blooming flowers in an instant is considered a forbidden art. If Principal Chengxuan were to use it to achieve nascent soul status, wouldn't that be a violation of the Taoist laws of the immortal sects? Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask a question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. After all, forbidden techniques are universally hated in the immortal sects. His heaven-mending group specifically targets those within the immortal sects who practice forbidden techniques. Gu Changfeng is still imprisoned and serving his sentence. Within the immortal sects, those at the nascent soul stage can apply to research forbidden techniques. Since they want to research them, it is natural for them to understand them in depth and experience them through their own cultivation. That's why nascent soul cultivators have the authority to download forbidden techniques from the National Library. However, in order to prevent cultivators from becoming truly addicted to forbidden techniques, even nascent soul cultivators can only apply to cultivate one forbidden technique, and they need the consent of at least one deity transformation ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. Master, there is something weighing on my mind. It is about Yu Tianguang, the red-robed master of Dangxia City. He was bewitched by the master of Huakai Academy to cultivate the Devouring God technique. I was able to get into the Dance Weapon Academy because of his favor. He had a bright future, but his foundation was ruined because of this incident. I was one of the people who destroyed his future, so I have always held a grudge and felt resentful. So I've been thinking about whether it's possible to resolve the aftereffects of the Devouring God technique and rescue him from the control of the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master. These words came out of Chen Mobai's mouth without hesitation, his emotions sincere and his eyes firm. Even Master Yungsu couldn't help but sigh that this young man was grateful and kind-hearted. Even among the ancient lineages, the Devouring God technique ranks among the top 3 evil methods. For thousands of years, countless talented and ambitious people in the immortal sects have tried to improve it and eliminate the negative effects of being planted with the divine seed, but with little success. The divine split technique was devised by our lineage's ancestor, Guanju. It can sever the divine seed planted by the enemy along with a part of one's own will, thus barely escaping the influence of the Devouring God technique. I also know about Yu Tianguang's situation. Chengxuan had already applied for 2 divine arts for him, but because his vital energy was drained by the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master and his foundation was destroyed, it is very difficult for him to cultivate. He is still in prison to this day. If you really want to help him, it will probably not be an easy task. Yuan Su then mentioned something Chen Mobai didn't know. When Yu Tianguang was taken away with only 1 breath left, Chen Mobai's cultivation and status were not high at that time, so he didn't dare to pay attention or inquire. All I knew was that Chengxuan and Shuixian had reached an agreement, but I never imagined that Master Chengxuan would do so many things afterward. All I can say is that he is a very responsible principal of the Dance Weapon Academy. I must do my best. If I do nothing, I will never have peace of mind in my life. Facing Master Yungsu, Chen Mobai said these words with a firm expression. After you reach the nascent soul stage, I will speak to Master Kaingsing on your behalf. If a practitioner of the devouring God technique has a wicked mind, it can easily cause great calamity. However, in your case, there will definitely be no problem. Chen Mobai's unwavering Dao heart is known throughout the entire immortal sect. A hermit who only thinks about spiritual practice. If it weren't for the fact that the Wuki Dao Academy had suffered a severe shortage of talent and had no successor, he would probably still be living in seclusion on Dangxia Mountain instead of taking up an official post. Thank you, Master. Chen Mobai has wanted to study and cultivate the devouring God technique for quite some time. After all, among his cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit, the cultivation of divine sense was the slowest, especially after he changed his divine sense cultivation method to the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram. This technique, which originated from a celestial book, if he were to cultivate it painstakingly on his own, he might have almost perfected his pure Yang Dharma body, but he still might not be able to reach the fourth level. Furthermore, the Phoenix characteristics that each subsequent layer of the Phoenix rising to the Sun diagram can enhance are even more astonishing for cultivators. Chen Mobai certainly didn't want to use his resources to push the pure Yang scroll forward in the future, only to have the Phoenix facing the Sun diagram become a bottleneck for him. If one could cultivate the devouring God technique, then everything would be fine. He was also confident that he wouldn't stray into evil ways with this forbidden technique. After all, there were so many powerful spiritual plants in the heavenly river realm. He could easily hang his devouring God technique on the great Tao tree in the divine tree secret realm, and use the heavenly Tao method to divert the great Tao tree's powerful divine consciousness to himself, using the surplus to make up for the deficiency. Unfortunately, one needs to reach the nascent soul stage before they can apply. I wonder if the star-piercing ancestor will agree then. If Ancestor Kaingsing disagrees, then go and beg Ancestor Baiguang of the Wuki lineage. He has already told the whole story, all for the sake of saving Yu Tianguang, who is also from the Wuki lineage. I don't believe Ancestor Baiguang will not have any compassion. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that he had gained a lot from his conversation with Yuan Su today. Even without the reward of pure Yang energy, it would be worthwhile to give him a wisp of the pure and ethereal purple qi of the 9 heavens. 1 month later, Pei Qingshuang, who had just emerged from seclusion, was panting heavily again. Together with Chen Mobai, they completed the condensation of the 9 heavens pure purple qi of the star-piercing ancestor. Master Peach Blossom personally delivered it to 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. In the 2nd month, Master Yungsu also obtained his own strand. Chen Mobai then stayed for another month, condensing another strand of the wisp, intending to give it to Wang Shui. Unfortunately, for the 9 heavens pure purple qi to be useful for nascent soul formation, at least a complete strand is required. This single strand has negligible effect. But in any case, it was Chen Mobai's way of showing his appreciation. After completing the condensation, he did not stay at the Jumeng Taoist Academy. However, during those 3 months, he also finalized a business deal with Wenren Zhuwei. That was to pack up the alchemy equipment that Conking Pharmaceutical Factory had discarded. For this, Chen Mobai specially sought out his good brother Wang Xingyu. After graduating, Wang Xingyu joined Guanbai Pharmaceutical Factory of Wuki Dao Academy. In addition to honing his skills and accumulating seniority, he also opened a pharmacy outside. He was able to obtain a lot of pills by using his connections, which was quite profitable. Because Chen Mobai's pharmacy was still just a verbal agreement, and Conking Pharmaceutical Factory urgently needed to dispose of its equipment, Wang Xingyu was asked to step in and use the latter's pharmacy to acquire the equipment. Of course, all the good deeds were done by Chen Mobai. Wang Xingyu would definitely help with such a small matter. He even personally came to Jumeng Dao Academy to talk with the sect leader of Kongqing Pharmaceutical Factory, who was in charge of this matter. After Wang Xingyu consumed these devices, he transported them to the puppet factory in Dangxia City, as per Chen Mobai's instructions. Chen Mobai followed Master Yungsu to the Heaven-Mending Dao Academy, and after obtaining that wisp of pure yang energy, he did not linger. He returned to Wangwu Cave and went to see Shui Xian first, but he still couldn't see her. However, Gongsun Jilu's attitude towards him was kinder than ever before. Within the Sky-Mending group, thanks to the outstanding abilities of the two secretaries and Lin Yin, the deputy group leader, as well as Chen Mobai's occasional remote control via telephone, the department has been operating smoothly. After Chen Mobai finished dealing with the accumulated matters and documents, he realized that it was almost the end of the year. He was concerned about the alchemy equipment in Dangxia City, and after news of his condensation of the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi spread, he was frequently invited to dinner by Golden Core cultivators. These were at least counselors of the Kaiyuan Hall, or powerful ministers of the 3 main halls. It was not appropriate to refuse them all. So he used the excuse of re-examining Gu Changfeng, a practitioner of forbidden arts, to send himself to Yumu City. After handing over the task of the Sky-Mending group to Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan once again, Chen Mobai said goodbye to his friends, including Lan Haitian, and then prepared to leave Wangwu Cave. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget another thing. Zijing, could you please make a trip to Snow Sea Cave Heaven and give this to Senior Wang Shui for me? Chen Mobai handed a box to Hua Zijing. He originally wanted to go there himself, but he was too busy and could only ask her to do it for him. Okay, team leader, is there anything you need to tell me? Hua Zijing took the box and immediately asked Zhuang Jialan to help book tickets, preparing to depart right away. This item is quite valuable, so you should deliver it to him personally. If he has already gone into seclusion, don't disturb him, just bring it back later. Hearing Chen Mobai say this, Hua Zijing was a little curious, but she quickly realized something and her eyes widened, her hands holding the box trembling slightly. Could this be the pure purple qi of the 9 heavens? Chen Mobai smiled and nodded, then used the netherworld array to teleport away from the office. Hua Zijing suddenly felt as if what she was holding weighed a ton. The other members of the Sky-Mending team in the office also looked over with burning eyes. This is practically equivalent to a nascent soul-sealing elixir. If the group leader takes over in the future, will they also be able to get a share? With this mindset, everyone in the Sky-Mending team became even more proactive in their work. If this were in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai would definitely not feel comfortable letting Hua Zijing deliver the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi there. But this is in the immortal sect. He was still confident in the safety of the area. Upon returning to Dangxia City, Chen Mobai immediately registered a pharmacy in Qiwanyu's name. With him making a call, everything went smoothly. I can get supplies from Kongqing and Guangbai Pharmaceutical Factory. You definitely won't lose money running this pharmacy. Putting it in your name is also to give you something to do and earn some good karma. Although you don't like luxury, it's best to raise your daughter in comfort. That evening, Chen Mobai held the voluptuous and beautiful young woman in his arms and explained to her the significance of opening a pharmacy. After hearing this, Qiwanyu nodded repeatedly, thinking that Chen Mobai was using this method to provide the mother and daughter with more material conditions. After becoming Chen Mobai's wife, she stopped selling flowers. Now that my parents have passed away, it's time to find something to do for myself. While Qiwanyu was busy with her newly opened pharmacy, Chen Mobai had already placed the alchemy equipment useful for refining the returning to truth pill into his own domain, and brought it to Tianpeng Mountain in the eastern wilderness. The alchemist Qing Nu's skills are certainly trustworthy. Once the new year is over, it's already a perfect match. However, because it was the first time it was refined, only 6 pills were produced, and there were still some pill toxins remaining. Although it was less than 0.3%, King Nu was still somewhat dissatisfied. End of this chapter. Chapter 767, 8th Level of Golden Core. Chapter 767, 8th Level of Golden Core. Chen Mobai was not afraid of pill poison, so after King Nu finished making the 6 Gijin pills, he took one directly at Tianping Mountain. This is a pill from the Immortal sect, specifically designed to enhance the spiritual power of cultivators at the 7th level of core formation or above. It was carefully selected by Chen Mobai and added to the longevity pill scripture. Because it was the first time taking it, the effect was outstanding. At the summit of Tianping Mountain, an endless stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged like a funnel towards the enormous, towering phantom. Chen Mobai sat cross-legged in the wooden house, and his avatar emerged, occupying the entire mountain and half of the sky. The crowns of heaven and earth shone brightly as he perfectly harnessed the medicinal power of the returning to truth pill, fully absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine and enhance his pure yang spiritual power. The effect of the returning to truth pill is to help cultivators accelerate the refining of spiritual energy and increase their spiritual power, rather than directly generating spiritual power. In this way, the spiritual power increased by taking the pill will not be too superficial. This is also a fundamental principle of alchemy in the immortal sects. After completely refining a returning to truth pill, Chen Mobai used his inner vision to check the progress bar and nodded in satisfaction. Pure Yang Chapter, Core Formation Stage, Level 7, 32.7%. The effects of the returning to truth pill increased his progress by nearly 30%. Based on this calculation, even if the effect diminishes with each pill, as long as he finishes taking all 6 Gijin pills, he can reliably advance to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Indeed, bringing King Nu to the Eastern Wilderness was the right choice. With this batch of returning to truth pills as practice, King Nu is confident that the next batch will be made into a type without pill toxins, which can then be given to the other core formation cultivators of the 5-element sect. Mo Duguang will definitely achieve perfect elixir formation after taking just one pill. Fu Zhangju, Nujiang, and Sheng Jiaxi are all at the peak of the mid-stage of core formation. The latter two, in particular, have been stuck at this level for nearly 100 years and may be able to break through using the returning to truth pill. However, after telling King Nu about this, she said that using the returning to truth pill in this situation would be too wasteful. There is a kind of barrier-resolving pill in the immortal sect, which is specifically used to break through the bottleneck of the core formation realm, and it is very suitable. Chen Mobai actually knew this, but because this kind of pill also has many medicinal materials that are unique to the immortal sect, unlike the Gijin pill, which has been improved by Yan Shaiyan using local medicinal materials. All that is needed is to collect the materials according to his pill formula and refine it. Leave this to me. But King Nu was full of confidence. She was a genius in alchemy in the immortal sect. Ju Mangdao Academy insisted on taking her in despite the abnormality of her birth. Besides the fact that she had a heavenly spiritual root, a large part of the reason was this. According to the pre-admission assessment report of Ju Mangdao Academy, she was deemed to have the potential to become a 5th-level alchemist. Unfortunately, she later gave up further studies at Jumeng Academy for the sake of Kong Feiken and Yang Jing, and instead joined the Heaven Mending Group. It was precisely because of this incident that Jumeng Taoist Academy subsequently chose to abandon her. Then I'll have to trouble you. Hearing King Nu say this, Chen Mobai felt relieved. Modifying the dispelling barrier pill would likely require him to drink 2 or 3 pots of enlightenment tea, making it somewhat counterproductive. So how are you going to thank me? After hearing this, King Nu, dressed in an elegant light blue and white cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure, smiled and asked a question. Chen Mobai had just enhanced his pure yang spiritual power and was in a state of boiling yang energy. Upon hearing this, he immediately laughed and reached out to pull her into his arms. A moment later, a rustling sound rang out, and the elegant cheongsam had been thrown off the bed. Soon the cabin was filled with the warmth of spring. After several days of lingering affection, Chen Mobai reluctantly left Tianping Mountain. After he returned to the immortal sect, the spring festival holiday was almost over. However, this time he asked Shui Xian for a long leave, citing the fact that his cultivation had shown signs of breakthrough. Any superior in the immortal sect would approve such a reason, let alone Chen Mobai. Narcissus told him directly that as long as he arranged things for the sky-mending group, he could come back whenever he wanted. At this moment, Chen Mobai was very glad that he had found Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan. Otherwise, even if he took leave, he would probably have to worry about his work all the time. During her call with Hua Zijing, she told Chen Mobai that the 9 heavens pure purple qi had been delivered to Wang Shui, who asked her to express her gratitude. In fact, after receiving it, Wang Shui had already called Chen Mobai to thank him. But Chen Mobai still said to Hua Zijing, "You've worked hard." After arranging things for the Heaven Mending group, Chen Mobai told his family that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and went to the top of Dangxia Mountain for seclusion. Of course, while it was called a period of seclusion, it was actually the activation of the turtle treasure. After returning to the eastern wilderness, he did not stay at Giantwood Ridge, but went directly to northern Abyss City. Since the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce has been fully assembled, Yue Zhudao is about to lead his men on their journey. If they wanted to go to the eastern lands, they had to go through the eastern barbarians. Therefore, the 5 Elements Merchant Guild's team gathered in Beiyuan City. "Nephew Yue, this journey is long and fraught with danger. Take this golden flame sword talisman for protection." Chen Mobai presented Yue Zhudao with the most powerful talisman he had drawn, which the latter solemnly accepted with both hands. Once activated, this golden flame sword talisman possesses the power of a fiery sun slash, unleashed by Chen Mobai at full strength. It can almost be considered one of the most powerful attack talismans at the core formation level. In dangerous situations, remember to protect yourself. After Yue Zhudao accepted the talisman, Chen Mobai sent him a message via telepathy. It is extremely difficult for the 5 Elements sect to cultivate a core formation cultivator, and he did not want Yue Zhudao to perish in the eastern wilderness. "Yes, sect leader, then please take care." Yue Zhudao nodded, put the golden flame sword talisman into his storage bag, boarded a flying boat, and led the 5 Elements Merchant Guild's 100-person team, along with 10 full storage bags of goods, away from Beiyuan City and into the desolate ruins. After seeing off the 5 Elements Merchant Guild, Chen Mobai dealt with the affairs of Beiyuan City. However, since this immortal city was managed by his direct descendants such as Yi Yun, he basically didn't need to put in any effort. There was only one thing that he paid close attention to after learning about it. That is the highest mountaintop in Beiyuan City. The soil that was previously treated with the Yuengxi Yanwo technique has already undergone nearly 70% transformation and upgrade into 4th-tier longevity soil. This means that soon, the Golden Sun Spirit Tree transplanted here can be upgraded to a 4th-tier longevity tree by using the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique. This incident also reminded Chen Mobai of another 4th-order spiritual vein that he had used the Yuengxi Yanwo technique on. Mount Raku. Chen Mobai did not conceal his arrival. Soon, a cyan spiritual light appeared and transformed into a beautiful female cultivator in a silver dress. "Godfather, it's been so long since you've come." Yin Qingmei was overjoyed to see Chen Mobai. The two chatted in midair for a while when another yellow streak of light flew over from a distance. It was Zhu Ming. After she came up, Yin Qingmei began to address Chen Mobai as the sect leader. "I came here today mainly to see how the longevity soil of Mount Liujia is doing. With Minger in charge, I estimate that it should be almost finished transforming." As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhu Ming nodded with a happy expression. "I was just about to report this to my master. It should be within the next day or two that the soil you created with the Yuengxi Yanwo technique will be able to be upgraded to virgin soil." As they spoke, the 3 of them had already flown down to the top of Mount Raku. Besides the jade phoenix tree at the very center, another peak stage third-tier golden sun spirit tree was lush and verdant, with wisps of azure sun flame faintly visible rising from its leaves, causing the air to distort slightly. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that Zhuo Ming had taken good care of the golden sun spirit tree, and its foundation was already solid. All right, Minger, you can use these myriad transformations thunder waters to irrigate it. If this golden sun spirit tree can advance on its own, then I won't have to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow method, thus preserving its potential for further advancement in the future. Chen Mobai smiled and took out a tube of fourth-grade myriad transformation thunder water. Knowing how precious this spiritual water was, Zhuo Ming accepted it with both hands and carefully put it away. Although the longevity soil can complete its transformation in the next 2 days, according to Zhuo Ming's communication with the spirits of all things, the golden sun spirit tree is most suitable for advancement during the summer season. So after discussing it, Chen Mobai decided to wait another 6 months to ensure the golden sun spirit tree had the highest probability of advancing. After all, for them now, the need for resources is not so urgent, and they have time to wait. Next, Chen Mobai took the Hayashan mirror from Yin Qingmei and took out a small portion of the pure yang purple energy that had accumulated inside. Qingmei, you've worked hard too. Keep this tube of myriad transformations thunder water. You can dilute it and water your natal spirit plant little by little. After Yin Qingmei achieved the golden core stage, she worked even harder for Chen Mobai. Those who have made contributions should naturally be rewarded. Chen Mobai used the water spirit pearl to exchange for 6 tubes of 4th-tier myriad transformation thunder water from Peach Blossom Master. 2 of the tubes were to be used on the 5-pointed ancient maple, and another tube was to be used to upgrade the 4th-tier immortal peach fruit. He didn't plan to keep the remaining 3 tubes. 1 tube was given to Zhuo Ming to stimulate the golden sun spirit tree here in preparation for its advancement, and the other tube was given to the golden sun spirit tree in Beiyuan City. This last tube was left over, and it was a perfect reward for Yin Qingmei. If her jade phoenix tree advances quickly, it will be able to accelerate her cultivation of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture in the future. Moreover, this spiritual plant can be upgraded indefinitely, and Chen Mobai wanted to see how far it could grow in the resource-rich environment of the Heavenly River realm. Thank you, sect leader. Yin Qingmei watched as Zhuo Ming used a drop of myriad transformation thunder water to water the jade wudong tree, which catalyzed her natal spiritual plant to upgrade to the 3rd tier. She was already very envious at that time. However, she also knew that this 4th-grade spiritual water could also stimulate the growth of spiritual plants, making it more valuable than 4th-grade pills. Even Yin Qingmei felt that the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was not as valuable as the myriad transformation thunder water. I thought I would never be able to get such precious spiritual water in my lifetime, but I never expected that my godfather would give me a vial today. When Yin Qingmei received the myriad transformations thunder water, her hands trembled with excitement. Your natal spirit plant has only recently advanced to the 3rd tier. Remember to communicate with it when watering it, and it would be best to have Minger supervise it as well to avoid overwatering. Chen Mobai added a word of advice. Because of the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi, Peach Blossom Master treated him differently, saying that he only needed to call her whenever he needed myriad transformation thunder water, and that even 5th-order water could be arranged. That's why he's so generous. After all, compared to the other older core formation cultivators of the 5-element sect, Yin Qingmei was at least someone he had personally trained. Moreover, she worked hard and diligently to help him condense pure yang purple chi, was loyal and trustworthy, and was obedient and well-behaved, making her worthy of further training. Next, Chen Mobai gave Zhuo Ming some pointers on her cultivation. This precious disciple has already raised his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment thanks to the 4th-grade immortal peach wine. However, this is definitely not stable, so the next step is to hone his spiritual power and solidify his foundation. However, Chen Mobai was not worried. Because Zhuoming has shifted his main focus from Liujia Mountain to the entire Han County in recent years, and with the opening of the Blackwater, he has begun large-scale desertification control. The goal is to transform the desertified Rainbow County back into a place of green hills and clear waters. In this process, her realm will naturally be consolidated. What pleased Chen Mobai the most was that a significant portion of the nirvana pill within Zhuo Ming's body had already been digested, and the fourth level of the Nine-Ren body had long been perfected. Only the final opportunity remained before she could advance. If one breaks through to the fifth level, that is equivalent to the physical strength of the third tier. Chen Mobai could guide her to take this step, but after thinking about it, he decided it was better to let Zhuo Ming do it herself. Master, the purple jade spirit rice that was planted at the beginning is almost ripe. Would you like to go and take a look? Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Zhuo Ming suddenly spoke up with another piece of good news. This purple jade spirit rice is a hybrid variety created by Zhuo Ming using Great Sun purple rice and jade sprout spirit rice. It is a third-grade low-quality spirit rice, and under the all-encompassing divine light of the Haitian mirror, it only takes 10 years to mature. Okay, let's go take a look. Chen Mobai genuinely loved agronomy, and upon hearing this, he was immediately intrigued and took the two women to Kangshan Lake, where the purple jade spirit rice was grown. Looking down from the sky, one sees a neat and bountiful oasis, with pale purple rice shimmering in the sunlight, as if stars from the night sky had fallen to this land. The rice stalks drooped low, swaying in the wind. The air was filled with the fragrance of the rice, mixed with the aroma of the soil and lake water, making people feel relaxed and happy. Chen Mobai even heard the whispers of joy of harvest through the sound of the valley. He landed on the oasis, looked at the plump ears of rice, reached out and gently grabbed a handful, feeling the purple jade spirit rice that had mostly husked out of its shell in his palm, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. When spring arrives this year, this vast field of third-grade spirit rice will be ripe. He sprinkled his diluted myriad transformation thunder water, and soon the small half-acre of spirit rice beside him received enough energy to overcome the final hurdle and officially mature. Under Chen Mobai's instructions, Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei collected the acre of purple jade spirit rice, then caught 2 fish on Kangshan Lake and began to cook the rice and fish. After the 3 of them finished eating, Chen Mobai took the remaining purple jade spirit rice with him, intending to give it to Qingnu. Because this purple jade spirit rice is a hybrid of Great Sun purple rice, he felt it might have the effect of helping cultivators break through bottlenecks, but the specifics still required scientific research and analysis. Let's see if Qingnu can use the equipment she got from the immortal sect to do some testing and analysis. She happens to be researching the dispelling obstacle pill, so perhaps it can provide some inspiration. On his way back to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai didn't forget to visit Luo Yixuan along the way. Luo Yixuan had already reached the foundation establishment stage. If Chen Mobai hadn't asked her to complete the black water cultivation before forming her core, she probably would have already given in long ago. However, in 3 or 4 years at most, the Blackwater of Hangjin will be fully developed according to Chen Mobai's plan and fall into Hanying Lake. At that time, Hanying Lake will become the endpoint of the water veins of the 5 counties of Zhao, Yan, Hong, Lei, and Shuang. With so many water systems and the addition of the water element Mystic Stone, this place can easily be upgraded to a mid-grade 4th-order water vein, which will also be the best time for Luo Yixuan to form her core. Under Chen Mobai's rule, the entire northern part of the eastern wilderness was full of vitality, a beautiful picture of harvest and hope. Upon returning to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai encountered his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai, who had just returned from Eastern Wu. He brought back a fire attribute external golden pill. However, he delivered some bad news with a bitter expression. When the Sun family in Dongwu learned that they had asked Zhang Zibo to refine the unorthodox golden elixir, they said that bypassing them would break the rules, and that if they wanted Zhang Zibo to refine it again in the future, they would have to go through the Sun family. However, since the Five-Element sect was considered an ally of the Sun family, they decided to let bygones be bygones regarding the two instances of refining heretical golden pills. This can be considered as giving Chen Mobai face. I'll write a letter for you to give to Brother Nujiang. Let him know about this and see what the Sun family really means. Because of his previous work refining the infant nourishing pill, Chen Mobai had purchased a sky blue silver light grass from the Sun family through the Nujiang River, which could be considered a favor from the Sun family. He originally thought the two sides were allies. The external golden core is a minor matter, but the monstrous tide of demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh requires the sincere cooperation of their two forces to suppress it. Chen Mobai did not want this matter to affect the Nujiang area. After Liu Wenbai left, Chen Mobai invited Shen Shanking from Tianqinlu over to inquire about the matter. After the monster tide in Yunmeng Marsh receded last year, most of the experts in the Sun family returned to their ancestral land. It seems that something big has happened. The person in charge of the Sun family's affairs now is Sun Huangling, the third most important person in the Sun family. She is the younger sister of Sun Huangji and Sun Huanglong. She's a little less talented and is an outsider golden core cultivator, so she is more sensitive to resources in this area. The intelligence from Tianqinlu was indeed impressive. Chen Mobai only needed to ask a few questions to find out the specific reason. However, after hearing these words, he was drawn to Shen Shanking's first sentence. Sun Huangji and Sun Huanglong are leading the Sun family's experts back to their ancestral land. Could it be that Sun Huangji wants to achieve nascent soul stage? Chen Mobai muttered to himself. Sun Huangji is known as the #1 expert in Eastern Wu and is also a disciple of a major sect in the East. He had already reached the peak of core formation nearly 100 years ago. His reputation is so great that it even surpasses that of Xuan Shu, the Taoist disciple of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Judging by the time, he is almost past the peak of his physical strength. If he doesn't form his nascent soul soon, it will only become more and more difficult. This was sect leader Chen's guess, not my statement. When Shen Shanking left, he made a point that essentially confirmed Chen Mobai's guess. For any faction, the emergence of a core formation cultivator or a nascent soul cultivator is a major event. They will certainly take every precaution to prevent accurate information from leaking out and being besieged by enemies. If the Sun family finds out that Shen Shanking has revealed this information, they will definitely be dissatisfied, which will affect Tianqinlu's business in Dongwu. Take care, Chef Shen. Upon learning this news, Chen Mobai immediately summoned Liu Wenbai back and rewrote a letter to Nujiang, informing the latter of this possibility. However, he did not instruct Liu to go to Dongwu to investigate the situation. Instead, he told Liu to pretend ignorance and to also restrain the cultivators of the Five-Element sect from going to Dongwu's territory in the near future. Sun Huangling both prevented the Five-Element sect from having Zhang Zibo refine the heretical golden elixir and gave face to Chen Mobai. Clearly, he wanted to ensure that no force beyond the control of the Sun family would emerge in the Eastern Wu realm when Sun Huangji reached the nascent soul stage. Having understood this, Chen Mobai decided to wait and see. If Sun Huangji can achieve nascent soul stage, then the major threat to Yunmeng's will be largely eliminated. With Zhou Shenking and Sun Huangji on board, even if they can't defeat the fourth-tier poison dragon, they can still reinforce the seal and trap it inside the yellow dragon cave. However, if Sun Huangji fails, it will be a mixed blessing for the Five-Element sect. The good thing is that there are no powerful neighbors around, but the bad thing is that in the future they may have to bear the great threat of monsters in Yunmeng Marsh alone. After sending Liu Wenbai out, Chen Mobai also finished dealing with the matters in Beiyuan City. After leaving, he called Yi Yun and Yuan Che over. Greetings, sect leader. After the two entered, they respectfully bowed to Chen Mobai. After Yue Zhudao left the sect, the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Reward Hall became vacant. I intend to have Luo Zhuo return to take over, as her cultivation and experience are sufficient to manage the 5 elements and 5 meridians. However, I will discuss with her the matter of you handling the specific affairs, while also acting as the sect leader in my place at Giant Wood Ridge. Are you confident? Chen Mobai also got straight to the point with his confidant, Yun, explaining his plans. Thank you for your high regard, sect leader. I will certainly live up to your expectations. When Yun said this, his voice was trembling. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this day. Even if I go back now, I'll only be a temporary sect leader. But he's still the sect leader. When Chen Mobai's cultivation level reaches a certain point in the future, such as when he reaches the nascent soul stage, he will be able to naturally succeed as the sect leader. After more than a century of obsession, the dawn finally broke at this moment, which greatly excited Yun. Then you should prepare to hand over your current affairs. After you return to Giantwood Ridge, let junior nephew Yuan take over Baiyuan City. Yuan Che, who was standing to the side, was slightly surprised after hearing this, but he had expected it and immediately thanked Chen Mobai with joy. Because the two arrived in Baiyuan City at the same time, Yuan Che was involved in almost all matters. Therefore, Yun completed the handover in just 3 days and returned to Jumu Ridge with Chen Mobai. Immediately, Luo Zuer, having received her orders, returned and assumed the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. She is currently continuing to accumulate contributions. Meng Hong's failure to form his corps did not discourage her. Her desire to form her corps remains unchanged. Chen Mobai greatly admired the ambition of the cultivators here. With Yun and Jumuling, Chen Mobai once again began to act as a hands-off manager. During this time, Zhou Wangshan returned and delivered 30 portions of the 5 elements essence. He was very satisfied, because in another 2 years, he would be able to condense a complete primordial true qi once again. After bestowing the Zhou King God with his gifts, Chen Mobai took the purple jade spirit rice to Tianping Mountain for seclusion. Only half a month had passed since he last left. After spending another wonderful night in King Nu's house, Chen Mobai handed over the water spirit fruit to her. Do you think you can use this to refine a water element golden core? Chen Mobai had once given the alchemy department the formula for the 5 elements golden elixir, but unfortunately, Zheng Woyu and others had limited skills and were unable to improve these 4th-order formulas. Luo Zuer's return reminded Chen Mobai that if Qing Nu could refine the water element spirit fruit, a natural core formation fruit, into a water element golden core, it would benefit many people. It can be used not only by Qing Nu, Luo Yixuan and Luo Zuer, but also by Yan Bingxuan or his daughter Chen Ziohe when they reach the core formation stage in the future. This may take quite a while. After all, my cultivation level is not high enough. I can only refine 3rd-tier pills at most. As Qing Nu dressed, she looked at the water elemental spirit fruit Chen Mobai had taken out and said very seriously, indicating that even if the pill formula was modified with herbs from the eastern wilderness, it would still be impossible to try. It's a pity that I gave that water attribute heretical golden core to Luo Zuer before. Otherwise, I could have given you the strength of the core formation realm directly. At this moment, Chen Mobai regretted giving the external golden core to Luo Zuer ahead of time, due to pressure from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Qing Nu is definitely capable of forming a golden core, so there is no danger in forming a golden core using external methods. It's all right if I gain it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's fate. Qing Nu, on the contrary, took it all in stride. Seeing her alluring body once again covered by her clothes, Chen Mobai barely managed to suppress his impulse. For the next 6 months, Chen Mobai stayed with King Nu at Tianping Mountain. Of course, during these 6 months, he took a Gijin pill every now and then. Thanks to the quality of food provided by the phoenix facing the sun painting, he did not need to worry about the effects of erysipelas. After consuming the 5 Gijin pills, the progress of the Pure Yang chapter on core formation has reached 98.7%. If it were the old him, he might not have wasted the last returning to truth pill with the remaining progress. He would have tried to refine the spiritual energy to break through on his own. But now that he has King Nu in his arms, He doesn't care about that anymore. Moreover, the materials for the second batch of Gijin pills from Huishan Valley were delivered to Tianping Mountain by Liu Wenbai a few days ago. Adhering to the principles of the Realm School, Chen Mobai took the sixth returning to Truth pill. With the blessing of the crown of heaven and earth, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm with the help of the enormous medicinal power. He returned to Dangxia Mountain when he made this breakthrough. With the help of a 4th-grade superior spiritual vein, Chen Mobai easily stabilized his cultivation level. At the same time, his breakthrough once again caused a sensation within the immortal sect. At the age of 75, he broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, the exact same age at which the Yuan Yang ancestor broke through. Moreover, in terms of the number of days, Chen Mobai is even 20 days faster. He is undoubtedly the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 768, Haitian Mirror Advancement. Chapter 768, Haitian Mirror Advancement. The 7th level of the Golden Core stage is considered the last bottleneck before reaching the nascent soul stage. After Chen Mobai broke through this bottleneck, it meant that he would soon become one of the strongest cultivators below the nascent soul stage. From this moment on, Nangong Xuanyu's status as the first person to achieve core formation began to waver. Many people believe that once Chen Mobai reaches the same level of core formation and possesses exceptional swordsmanship talent, he will certainly not be inferior to Nangong Xuanyu and may even surpass him. Upon hearing this viewpoint, the students of Chunyang Academy were displeased and began engaging in heated online debates with the scholars. Chen Mobai also had a batch of crystallized powder, and the two sides began to fight each other. These things were told to Chen Mobai by Zhao Hai, to which he simply laughed it off. He no longer needs to prove anything in the immortal sect. He is now the undisputed number one in talent, and Nangong Xuanyu will be surpassed by him sooner or later. After the breakthrough, Chen Mobai received many congratulatory text messages. He selectively replied to some of them, and then, citing the need to consolidate his cultivation level, continued his seclusion in Dangxia Mountain. Of course, in reality, he went to Mount Rocco. Yuan Ziyanwo's great technique has completely transformed the longevity soil. However, the Golden Sun Spirit Tree, which is at the peak of the 3rd tier, has not yet taken the step of advancing after absorbing a tube of myriad transformation thunder water. Chen Mobai received a message from Zhuo Ming saying that the best time for advancement had arrived, so he came over to prepare to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique. Hey Minger, your 9-ren body has broken through. Upon arriving at Mount Liujia, Chen Mobai discovered some good news. Zhuo Ming, standing before him, was radiating a powerful aura of blood. With a light step, he left a deep footprint in the ground. Reporting to Master, at the beginning of the year, when all the purple jade spirit rice in Kangshan Lake was ripe and harvested, a stubborn obsession in my heart disappeared, and I merged with the 300 acres of spirit fields there. I received the infusion of the earth's spiritual energy, which helped me digest the medicinal power of the Nirvana pill, and the 9-ren body naturally broke through successfully. Zhuo Ming happily explained the reason. Cultivating and growing 3rd-tier spirit rice was Zhuo Ming's dream after being taught agronomy by Chen Mobai. More than 50 years later, she has finally achieved this goal. With such a sense of fulfillment, her breakthrough was a natural progression. Okay. Chen Mobai was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this. Of his 4 disciples, he had the highest expectations for Zhuo Ming. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering technique, even if Zhuo Ming cannot comprehend the Tao and form the Golden Core, he can still ensure that he will successfully form the Golden Core after consuming the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. Master, this is the harvested purple jade spirit rice. As they spoke, Zhuo Ming handed 2 large storage bags to Chen Mobai. This is the first time that these 3rd-grade spirit rice have appeared on the eastern wilderness. Given the importance attached to spirit rice here, if it were to be released into the market prematurely, it would certainly attract the attention of various forces. In particular, since this purple jade spirit rice is somewhat similar to the great sun purple rice, it is easy to attract the questioning of the Star Heaven Tao sect. For the time being, Chen Mobai has no intention of clashing with this overlord of Dongyu, so he does not intend to sell these purple jade spirit rice outside the sect. Qingnu has already studied and analyzed this purple jade spirit rice. It does have an effect similar to pure yang purple qi in helping to break through bottlenecks, but it is very weak. It would take about 10 years of continuous use to achieve half the effect of pure yang purple qi. This was naturally of little use to Chen Mobai. However, it has a great effect on other cultivators of the five elements sect. Moreover, with Chen Mobai's reminder, Qingnu combined the barrier-clearing pill with the purple jade spirit rice to develop a medicinal diet called purple jade porridge. This medicinal diet can be taken for 1 or 2 years to achieve the effect of clearing blockages. Moreover, the longer you take it, the better the effect will be until you break through the bottleneck. However, once the purple jade porridge helps a cultivator break through a bottleneck, its effect will be greatly reduced if consumed again. Even so, this purple jade porridge can at least raise the overall strength of the five elements sect by 1 level. At least Fu, Zhangju, and others can use this to break through to the late stage of core formation. Chen Mobai will definitely attribute this credit to Qingnu, and he also plans to use this incident to bring Qingnu into the five elements sect sites. When Fu Zhangju and the others break through their bottlenecks and receive Qingnu's kindness, they will probably welcome her with open arms when she becomes his Taoist partner. After collecting the purple jade spirit rice into his domain, Chen Mobai landed on the summit of Liujia Mountain. Looking at the golden sun spirit tree before him, he closed his eyes and listened intently to the sounds of an empty valley. After a long while, he opened his eyes with a regretful expression. Advancing spiritual plants is indeed extremely difficult. Even with the environment of the longevity soil and a tube of myriad transformation thunder water, the golden sun spirit tree still couldn't undergo its own transformation. Minger, why don't you try communicating with the spirit of all things? If there are no problems, then I will use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Chen Mobai's Echoes of the Valley has a wider range of applications than Zhu Ming's All Things Spiritual Rhinoceros. But within the limited scope of spiritual plants, the latter is more specialized than the former. After learning about the immortal spiritual root, Chen Mobai understood that Zhu Ming had obtained the highest level of immortal techniques and supernatural powers when she was studying the Tao. This is a spell that contains the fundamental principles of heaven and earth and can be continuously improved as the cultivator's realm increases. I wonder what realm Zhu Ming will be able to reach in the future by relying on this spell. As he read this, Chen Mobai thought of his pure Yang Dharma body. In fact, not long ago, his 9 Yang body had already shown signs of its first transformation. However, at that time, he was mainly taking the returning to truth pill to break through his realm, so he temporarily stopped using top-grade spirit stones to cultivate. He planned to finish all the things at hand before focusing all his attention on raising his fire spirit root to 100 points and trying to experience the Tao of the immortal spirit root. Seeing how outstanding Zhu Ming was, Chen Mobai was also filled with anticipation for the moment when he achieved the immortal fire spirit root. In addition to this, he also plans to work hard to raise his earth elemental root to 100 points. If he could obtain a wisp of innate earth elemental essence when he heard the Tao, he could truly meet the cultivation requirements for the primordial Tao fruit. In this way, when he went to the primordial Tao palace in the future, he would be able to do so with confidence and a clear conscience. Master, the golden sun spirit tree says there are no problems. It is fully prepared. At this moment, Zhu Ming had finished communicating with the golden sun spirit tree and reported to Chen Mobai. The latter nodded, signaled the 2 women to step back, and then reached out to perform the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique. Yin Qingmei also knows this great technique, but after more than 20 years of hard work, she has only managed to reach the 3rd level. Therefore, whenever Yin Qingmei saw Chen Mobai effortlessly display the 4th level technique, She was deeply shocked by her adoptive father's talent in magic, as she knew best how difficult it was to cultivate these great arts. She certainly wouldn't think she was stupid, because her talent was among the best in the Five Elements sect. However, she was far inferior to Chen Mobai and could not even come close to him. This shows how amazing Chen Mobai's talent was. While Yin Qingmei was amazed by Chen Mobai's fourth level, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, technique, she received the Golden Sun Spirit Tree, which was bathed in spiritual light, and finally took the step to advance to the next level. The Golden Sun Spirit Tree, which was originally tens of meters tall, began to leap and grow towards the sky. Its thick branches began to push open the bark and grow tender green buds, like pieces of jade. In the blink of an eye, they grew into 2 palm-sized green leaves. Every leaf speaks of the power of life. Every branch stretches wildly toward the sky. The roots, like writhing dragons, delve deeper into the ground, and the trunk expands 2 or 3 times its original size at a visible speed. Gradually, the peaks of Mount Rikaku began to tremble, as if they were unable to bear the weight of the now enormous Golden Sun Spirit Tree. Chen Mobai frowned slightly upon seeing this scene, but before he could make a move, Yin Qingmei and Zhuo Ming, who were standing nearby, flew out at the same time, each unleashing their spiritual power. Yin Qingmei manipulated the natal spiritual plant on the mountaintop, using its root system to stabilize the Liujia mountain and regulate the somewhat disordered spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhuo Ming, on the other hand, used the spiritual connection of all things to communicate with the earth's spiritual veins, guiding them to restore peace and even transferring energy to help the Golden Sun spiritual tree advance. Gradually, the transformation of the Golden Sun Spirit Tree finally stopped, and it turned into a giant tree that blocked out the sky and had lush foliage. Its canopy is like a giant green umbrella covering most of Mount Rocco, and the bark patterns on the trunk, which have been stretched open, represent the traces of this advancement. It is almost a replica of the 3 divine trees of Giantwood Ridge. However, this Golden Sun Spirit Tree has just advanced, and is only a fraction of the size of the 3 divine trees, not to mention it is not comparable to the great Tao tree in the divine tree secret realm. Just then dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars, and a faint, crystalline blue light flickered. After the Golden Sun Spirit Tree advanced to become the Longevity Tree, the heavenly tribulation also descended. Chen Mobai was eager to see just how powerful the tribulation of a 4th-tier spiritual plant really was, so he didn't use the one leaf obscuring the view technique. Moreover, when he listened with the sound of the empty valley, he discovered that there was still a large portion of the myriad transformations thunder water inside the Golden Sun Spirit Tree that had not yet been digested, since it was only at the peak of the 3rd rank before. This is a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the heavenly tribulation and help him disperse and refine all the myriad transformations of lightning water. Besides this reason, Chen Mobai also planned to take this opportunity to use the heavenly tribulation to temper his Haitian mirror once again. This natal magic weapon is already at the peak of the 3rd tier. Over the years, Yin Qingmei has made some progress in cultivating the spirituality of the Haitian mirror using the methods taught by Chen Mobai. When Chen Mobai came to collect the pure yang purple qi last time, he had already sensed the signs of the spirituality being born, but it was still lacking a crucial opportunity. After using the Fangkun book to deduce the calamity, Chen Mobai felt that this tribulation should be the key to the opportunity. At his command, Yin Qingmei immediately took out the Haitian mirror and flung it toward the edge of the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Rumble! At the same time, the heavenly tribulation also descended, with streaks of crystal blue lightning carrying a cold, sharp light striking the crown of the newly advanced Longevity Tree. As clear, shimmering spiritual light rose up, the everlasting tree, relying on its own power, blocked the first wave of icy lightning. But then came the second wave, the third wave. 9 waves of icy lightning, like sharp blades or raging waves, fell continuously upon the massive, sky-covering tree canopy. With a series of creaking sounds, the evergreen tree finally could not hold on any longer. Emerald green leaves began to break off from the branches, then frosted over and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces like glass and jade. As the green leaves crumbled one by one, the divine light emanating from the newly advanced everlasting tree began to dim. Chen Mobai immediately took control of the Hayashin mirror, infusing it with his vast and boundless pure yang spiritual power. In an instant, the mirror surface burst forth with a beam of blazing aurora, piercing straight into the very center of the heavenly tribulation. With his current golden core 8th level cultivation, and wielding a peak 3rd tier natal magic weapon, he is basically invincible below the nascent soul stage. However, this tribulation was aimed at 4th tier spiritual plants, so although it was pierced by the Hayashin mirror and some of its energy was dissipated, it still recondensed the crystal blue cold lightning and even began to condense, as if it was preparing to unleash the final and most powerful wave. Chen Mobai immediately harnessed the Hayashin mirror, which shone with the divine light of Xu and Yang, and flew towards the very center of the heavenly tribulation. Having his mind connected to his natal magical artifact, the Hayashin mirror, he quickly felt its tremors. Faced with a 4th-order heavenly tribulation, even though it also had a 4th-order longevity wood frame, it still felt like a small boat sailing through a stormy sea, as if it would fall apart completely and be swallowed and shattered by the heavenly tribulation if it wasn't careful. Under this stimulation, the first wisp of spirituality was finally born in the deepest part of the Hayashin mirror. At the moment of spiritual birth, Chen Mobai felt that his natal magic weapon was as if it had been reborn. Without even needing his command or control, it began to mobilize the surrounding solar energy to gather and form strands of blazing white fire, which transformed into the great sun fire that countered the crystal blue cold lightning. The great sun fire surged at the very center of the heavenly tribulation, instantly detonating all the energy of the heavenly tribulation that had not yet reached its peak. In the sky, a golden light shone from the center of a huge dark cloud, as if the darkness had receded under the sun's rays. But in the instant the dark clouds dissipated, the sky was filled with crystal blue, cold lightning, like a meteor shower, falling towards the canopy of the everlasting tree that covered half of Mount Rocco. However, facing these scattered lightning bolts, the longevity wood, which had completely absorbed and refined all the myriad transformations lightning water, raised a rich and clear heavenly wood divine light and blocked them all, neither easily nor with great difficulty. At that moment, all the cultivators and even mortals in the entire Rainbow County looked up and saw 2 suns appear in the sky. Luo Yixuan, who was leading the cultivators to open up the Blackwater, looked in the direction and her expression changed. She gave some instructions to the 5-element sect cultivators below and then immediately headed towards Liujia Mountain. When she flew over, she was slightly surprised to find the towering, evergreen tree that blocked out the sky. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Zhu Ming's voice rang in Luo Yixuan's ears. The latter looked down and saw that Zhu Ming was waving at her from the roots of the longevity tree. Luo Yixuan looked up at the sky and naturally discovered that the one riding the second sun was none other than her master. Not daring to disturb Chen Mobai, she immediately flew down and asked Zhu Ming. "Master is using extraordinary weapon refining techniques to nurture the Hayashin mirror, preparing to upgrade this natal magic weapon to the 4th tier." After hearing Zhu Ming's words, Luo Yixuan showed an expression of "I knew it." At that moment, several more beams of light flew over. It was Yan Yuanhao, the garrison commander of Hongjun, and other Foundation establishment cultivators of the 5-element sect. However, they dared not fly up and landed at the foot of Mount Rocco. Zhu Ming went down the mountain to communicate with them again. After learning that the sect leader was here, Yan Yuanhao and the others returned home with peace of mind. 7 days and 7 nights later, the second great sun over Rainbow County finally dimmed and disappeared. Chen Mobai flew down, holding the upgraded Hayashin mirror in his hand and turning it around and playing with it. "Xuaner is here too." He smiled and nodded when he saw Luo Yixuan. Soon they were sitting together. Yin Qingmei's eyes burned with fervor as she looked at the Hayashan mirror in Chen Mobai's hand, which shone with spiritual light and occasionally emitted sparks. This is a fourth-tier magic weapon. The entire five-element sect, and even the eastern wilderness, can count them on one hand. However, she also had some worries, fearing that once the Hayashan mirror was upgraded to the fourth tier, her mission would be completed, and Chen Mobai would no longer allow her to control and nurture it. This Hayashan mirror has just been upgraded to the fourth tier, and its spirituality is still unstable. I will need to nurture it with my divine sense and spiritual power for the next period of time. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yin Qingmei bit her lip, her expression somewhat disappointed, her eyes dim. After I've finished recuperating, I'll hand it over to you, Qingmei. But the next half-sentence made Yin Qingmei's eyes light up again, and she immediately nodded repeatedly, indicating that she was ready to serve the sect leader at any time. After saying all this, Chen Mobai put the Hayashan mirror back into his body. This natal magic weapon returned to his Danshan after a long absence. The pure yang spiritual power from the same source made it thrive. The newly born spirituality conveyed a simple joy. In the most suitable environment, it began to grow strong and was marked with Chen Mobai's unique mark. Before long, Chen Mobai felt that 2 or 3/10 of the pure yang spiritual power in his Danshan had been absorbed by the Hayashan mirror. He immediately opened the small void to replenish it, making sure that the Hayashan mirror would not go hungry. While doing this, he also chatted with Zhuo Ming and the other 2 women. "Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Hong County? The longevity wood has advanced, and the Hayashan mirror has advanced. You might never see this again in your lifetime." Luo Yixuan said in a slightly coquettish tone that she didn't actually like joining in the fun, but simply hoped to experience everything by Chen Mobai's side. "Isn't this because I was afraid of delaying your progress in opening up the Blackwater? Next time the Golden Sun Spirit Tree in Baiyuan City advances to the next level, I will definitely invite you to come and visit. At that time, I will also use the heavenly tribulation to retemper this Hayashan mirror." Chen Mobai treated his apprentices like his own children, and since Luo Yixuan had mentioned it, he kept it in mind. "Okay, master, it's a deal." Luo Yixuan seemed very happy after receiving Chen Mobai's promise. Next, Chen Mobai took Zhuo Ming's pulse and gave her guidance on her next steps in practicing the body tempering technique. However, before she forms her core, her 9-ren body will definitely not make any further breakthroughs. But after that, because of her powerful physique, she can freely consume third-tier spirit rice pills and so on. Chen Mobai instructed her to start consuming Panlong spirit rice daily. This third-grade superior spirit rice is the best spirit rice in the eastern wilderness and even the eastern continent for enhancing body tempering techniques. Chen Mobai had previously obtained some from Kong Lingling's storage bag, but Zhu Ming had consumed it all over the years by mixing it with second-grade spirit rice. I will talk to Yi Yun about this matter. Starting this year, he will pass on my share of Tier 3 spirit rice to you. After Yan Shayan left the eastern wilderness, Huishan Valley complied with all of Chen Mobai's demands. Although most of the Panlong spirit rice was taken by the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce, some of it was Huishan Valley's share. Chen Mobai didn't force the issue. He purchased everything at normal market prices, allowing Huishan Valley to prioritize supplying the 5-element sect. After all, so many core formation cultivators in the 5-element sect need to consume third-grade spiritual rice. Before the purple jade spirit rice matured, there was only the third-grade pure bamboo spirit rice, which had a small yield. It was only enough to taste, and not even enough to supply Fu Zhangju's daily needs. Therefore, they mainly purchased from the Dongyi and Huishan Valley. Chen Mobai had no need for Panlong spirit rice, so he saved on this expense in previous years. But since Zhuo Ming needs it now, he won't stand on ceremony. He simply had the sect hand over his copy. Zhuo Ming was naturally extremely grateful for this. "There's one more thing. I obtained your 9-ren body from a foundation establishment cultivator I killed at the top of Mount Hanshan. It only has 6 levels in total. If Ming'er wants to raise her physical strength to the 4th level after she forms her core, she will definitely need subsequent cultivation techniques. This body forging technique is said to have originated from Jiangshan Pavilion, one of the 10 directions halls of the Eastern Imperial Court. It has 9 levels in total. I will have the 5 elements sect, and when by help you find out the techniques for the last 3 levels. However, Ming'er, you should also pay attention to this. You are a person favored by the Earth's fortune. If you keep this matter in mind, you may have unexpected gains. Chen Mobai also reminded Zhuo Ming about the 9-ren body. He had thought that obtaining the 6th level would be enough, but he never expected that Zhuo Ming would have such outstanding talent in Earth attribute techniques and also have amazing luck. Yes, Master. Zhuo Ming nodded solemnly, indicating that he had made a mental note of the matter. You don't need to focus too much on the 9-ren body. Your future lies in the earth element immortal scripture. If you master this great technique in the future, you might be able to complete the later parts of the 9-ren body yourself. However, to prevent Zhuo Ming from becoming stubborn in the future, Chen Mobai still spoke up to give her a heads up. Body tempering techniques are ultimately just an aid. The foundation of a cultivator is still their realm. If Zhuo Ming can master the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture in the future, and with his natal magic weapon, the myriad virtue cauldron, his achievements will be limitless. But he must not be hindered by this 9-ren Dharma body. After giving Zhuo Ming his instructions, Chen Mobai bid farewell to Yin Qingmei and left Liujia Mountain with Luo Yixuan. Chen Mobai took his apprentice along the way to the river channel opened up by the Blackwater River, and also stopped to inspect the project. It just goes to show that there's strength in numbers. With the continuous influx of independent cultivators from the 5 Elements sect, and even the entire Eastern Wilderness Plateau, as well as the assistance of cultivation families who had tasted the benefits of contracting, the progress of this last great river was 1/10 faster than he had imagined. Of course, Chen Mobai didn't forget to praise Luo Yixuan, the person in charge, who beamed with joy upon hearing it. After leaving Hongjun, Chen Mobai went to Baiyuan City to take a teleportation array, and also took the opportunity to see the situation after the handover of this immortal city, which will be the core of the future Eastern Wilderness. He was very satisfied with the result. Although the person in charge of the immortal city changed from Yun to Yuanche, and the former also took a group of his trained confidants back to Jumu Ridge from Baiyuan City, the latter followed the old rules and regulations, so most of the cultivators in Baiyuan City did not feel that the garrison had changed. Seeing that Baiyuan City was as it always was, Chen Mobai praised Yuanche a couple of times, and then went to the top of Baiyuan Mountain to see the longevity soil that he had used the Yuangxi Yanwo technique on. The situation is quite encouraging. Although the transformation was slower without Zhuo Ming's help, it should be almost all upgraded to 4th-tier longevity soil by this time next year. Chen Mobai looked again at the Golden Sun spirit tree that he had transplanted on the mountaintop. This tree seemed to have a more outstanding spiritual quality than the one on Liujia Mountain. He took out a vial of myriad transformation thunder water and diluted a drop. Water it every day until it's completely dry. Chen Mobai handed the diluted spiritual water to Yuanche, who immediately accepted it with both hands, nodded respectfully, and indicated that he would definitely complete the task. After checking all of this, Chen Mobai took the city's teleportation array, and after several transfers in the market, arrived at Tianping Mountain. This is the method. If you give it to the core formation cultivators in your sect for a year or two, they will be able to break through their bottlenecks. In front of Chen Mobai, Qing Nu demonstrated how to make purple jade porridge. The method was very simple. Put purple jade spirit rice into a spiritual energy rice cooker from the immortal sect, add some herbs for the barrier clearing pill, and then click the porridge cooking mode. This spiritual energy rice cooker has been modified by Chen Mobai. It only requires the injection of spiritual energy to activate, mainly because Fu Zhangju and the others might not be able to use it. Thanks for your hard work. After spending another night at Tianping Mountain, Chen Mobai returned to Jumu Ridge the next day with a full rice cooker of purple jade porridge. He went directly to Fu Zongju. Junior brother, there are actually such mysterious alchemy tools in the world. After hearing Chen Mobai's explanation of the spiritual energy rice cooker's functions, Fu Zongju was greatly shocked. When I was forming my core, didn't I meet a mysterious senior in the desolate ruins? He was the one who helped senior brother Joe refine the rejuvenating spirit water. I recently encountered this senior's disciple again, and with her help, I successfully refined a batch of returning to truth pills. My cultivation level has broken through again, and I am about to achieve the perfect core formation. Afterwards, I asked her if she had any pills to help my senior brother break through the bottleneck. She gave me this medicinal cooking tool called a rice cooker. All I had to do was put these medicinal herbs and purple jade spirit rice into the pot, add an appropriate amount of water, and it would automatically cook purple jade porridge. After consuming it for 1 or 2 years, I could naturally break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the core formation stage. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Fu Zongju was both shocked that his junior brother was so young yet almost at the peak of the core formation stage, and deeply moved. He was surprised that such a senior and accomplished person could still remember his senior brother. Junior brother Chen was the most sincere person he had ever met in the eastern wilderness. Having this junior brother in this lifetime is the greatest fortune for Fu Zongju and the entire Five Elements sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 769, Pure Yang True Qi. Chapter 769, Pure Yang True Qi. After learning about the effects of the purple jade porridge, Fu Zongju disregarded the fact that Chen Mobai was right in front of him and drank the entire pot of porridge from the spiritual energy rice cooker in one go. After finishing his drink, he let out a satisfied burp, then happily took the spiritual energy rice cooker and said goodbye. Junior brother Chen, I'm going into seclusion for a year or two. Just call me if you need anything. After learning the simple recipe for purple jade porridge from Chen Mobai, Fu Zongju's mind, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, suddenly became active again. If one could break through to a higher realm, who would be willing to waste their time every day on unorthodox methods like puppetry? Don't worry, senior brother Fu, the sect will take care of you. Chen Mobai originally planned to buy 3 spirit energy rice cookers from the immortal sect and give them to Fu Zongju, Nujiang, and Sheng Jiaxi respectively. But after careful consideration, considering the differences in kinship, I decided to make arrangements for Fu Zongju first. Once Fu Zongju successfully breaks through, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi will naturally find out about it, and then they will give Fu Zongju the spiritual energy rice cooker. This is actually more effective in winning people's hearts. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi thought that Chen Mobai had shared such precious things with them, and that he truly regarded them as his own people, laying the groundwork for the complete unification of the 5 clans in the future. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai then had Gu Yan summon Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun was capable, Chen Mobai was still somewhat uneasy because he had only just begun to take charge of the major affairs of the sect's 3 halls and 12 departments. However, as it turned out, the 3 palaces and 12 departments all gave him face. Knowing that Yi Yun was his direct subordinate, they were all obedient and compliant in accepting Yi Yun replacing Yue Xiudao's role. With that in mind, Chen Mobai returned to Tianping Mountain with peace of mind. King Nu was refining the second batch of returning to truth pills. Although she didn't need his help, she would be very happy if he were by her side. Sometimes the success rate and quality of a batch of pills depend on the alchemist's state of mind and mood during the process. When in a good mood, the success rate is greatly improved. King Nu was refining pills, while Chen Mobai was by her side, pondering how to improve his fire spirit root while refining the essence of the 5 elements. The quality of these 30 portions was slightly better than the first one, which shows that as long as one has time to hone their skills and is motivated, one can gradually improve. With his previous experience, the refining of the 5 elements was even smoother this time. In just 1.5 months, Chen Mobai had smelted all 30 portions of the 5 elements. There are now one large and two small primordial chi in the middle dantian. Under his divine control, the two small clusters of primordial energy behind him began to slowly merge. This process did not last long. About 7 days later, the two smaller clumps merged into half of the primordial chaos true chi. At this rate, he will be able to master a complete Hunyuan true chi in another 2 years. To be honest, this progress is already very fast. According to the records of the primordial Tao fruit, one needs to cultivate 49 streams of primordial true chi before one can begin to condense the prototype of the Tao fruit and formally step into the threshold of this supreme divine power of the primordial Tao palace. This is almost impossible for a golden core cultivator to accomplish. The primordial ancestor relied on the complete 5-element spiritual fruits, and Zhou Yi also used the same method, both relying on external resources. Cultivators were originally called Qi practitioners, who condensed a wisp of true Qi that was close to the origin of heaven and earth in order to comprehend the true meaning of cultivation techniques and the Tao of all things. Different spiritual energy attributes naturally result in different types of true energy being condensed. For example, Zhou Shenking cultivated the longevity scripture. Before he formed his nascent soul, he condensed 9 strands of longevity true Qi. With 9 strands of longevity true energy, he can initiate the process of forming his nascent soul on his own. The more he condenses, the deeper his foundation becomes. However, the limit of the longevity scripture is only 18 strands of longevity true Qi. Later, Zhou Shenking obtained the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. After reaching a higher realm following the formation of the nascent soul stage, he added some parts based on his own understanding. This technique can now condense up to 24 strands of longevity true energy before the formation of the nascent soul stage. In the heavenly river realm, this is already considered a very good nascent soul cultivation method. If Chen Mobai were to form his nascent soul using the Pure Yang scroll, he would need to condense at least 36 strands of Pure Yang true Qi, while the upper limit of this immortal sect's nascent soul transformation technique is 81 strands of Pure Yang true Qi. The Hunyuan Tao fruit, as a divine ability left behind by an ascended cultivator, has a lower limit of 49 strands of Hunyuan true Qi, but its upper limit is not recorded. Chen Mobai initially suspected that Zhou Yi had held back some knowledge when he imparted the knowledge, but at that time, the latter had made a vow of Tao heart, guaranteeing that he would tell Chen Mobai the whole thing that the Hunyuan ancestor had taught him. Therefore, Chen Mobai has 2 guesses about this. One possibility is that even the primordial ancestor did not receive the complete primordial Tao fruit inheritance, and another is that the primordial true Qi condensed from this primordial Tao fruit may have no upper limit. After all, the so-called upper limit only applies to cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation. Once a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the amount of true energy they condense depends solely on whether their body can contain it and whether their divine sense can control it. Chen Mobai did not delve further into this issue. After all, the main reason he cultivates the primordial Tao fruit is to help him pass the nascent soul stage without risk. The rest, such as breaking through the 5-element spiritual power, is merely a side benefit. After synthesizing half of the primordial chaos true Qi, Chen Mobai began to focus his attention on the fundamental Pure Yang scroll. At the 8th level of the golden core realm, one can begin to attempt to condense pure Yang true energy. He sat upright beneath the revitalized 5-pointed ancient maple tree atop the mountain, and took out the wisp of pure Yang energy he had obtained from the Heaven Mending Academy. But Chen Mobai soon discovered that he was unable to refine it. Because the level of this pure Yang energy was too high, it was the 5th-order immortal energy left behind by the Yuan-Yang ancestor. Even just a wisp of it was extremely heavy and vast to him. Although he was said to have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, he was, after all, just a core formation cultivator. Even a nascent soul cultivator with a pure Yang scroll would need to be extremely careful and proceed slowly, like a snake swallowing an elephant, to refine this fifth-order pure yang energy for their own use. For Chen Mobai to refine it at his current level is like an ant trying to swallow an elephant. Although it cannot be refined, it is still of great use as a reference. If Chen Mobai were to condense pure yang true energy on his own, he would need to slowly explore and experiment. But now, he only needs to directly refer to this fifth-order pure yang energy. He loved the pleasure of copying answers the most. He sat upright beneath the five-cornered ancient maple tree, using the powerful fire spiritual energy here to begin mobilizing pure yang spiritual power, constantly condensing and transforming it. Even with the pure yang energy of the primordial ancestor as a reference, it was still extremely difficult for him. 3 whole days have passed, and he has only made a little progress. He estimated with the small book that it might take 2 years to transform the first wisp of pure yang energy. After all, whether it's the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm, it's basically only cultivators who have reached the core formation stage who attempt to condense true qi. His cultivation level is still somewhat lacking. If it were any other cultivator, they might have gritted their teeth and begun the process of water dripping on stone. Or perhaps we can try again after we have achieved the perfect golden core. But Chen Mobai isn't that kind of person. When he encounters difficulties, he always uses his consistent experience of success to deal with them. Moreover, he had already thought of this and had anticipated a solution. With a thought, the boundary opened. A spirit sealing tube containing the pure and radiant purple energy of the 9 heavens fell down. It was something he had condensed some time ago at Giant Wood Ridge. He had already fully analyzed the purple and green demon refining heavenly book with the help of the heaven and earth all beings crown, and he also had a complete understanding of the source, condensation method, effects, and so on of the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. This pure and ethereal purple energy of the 9 heavens not only helps nurture and cultivate the nascent soul, but it can also combine with any spiritual power to transform into acquired true energy. Chen Mobai is going to try out this feature today. After telling Qing Nu about this, he opened the spirit sealing tube and absorbed the wisp of pure purple energy from the 9 heavens into his body. Under his divine control, the 9 heavens pure purple qi gently fell into his dantian. The pure yang spiritual energy that had been waiting for began to surge upwards, combining with this wisp of pure purple radiance from the 9 heavens. In that instant, Chen Mobai felt as if a small sun had been ignited within his dantian, and a pure and extremely yang energy was being born. Chen Mobai immediately entered the state of the square-inch book, and with the purest and calmest state, began to guide the pure yang spiritual power to merge with the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. The former began to sublimate and evolve, transforming into higher quality energy. Within the dantian, streams of pure yang spiritual energy flowed continuously from the center of the 9 heavens pure purple qi, like stars surrounding the moon. It was estimated that about 10 parts of pure yang spiritual energy could be fused with 1 part of the 9 heavens pure purple qi. In this process of refining and purifying, this new force condenses and coalesces into one. This is pure yang energy. As soon as it was condensed, Chen Mobai sensed the high quality of this true energy. Pure yang spiritual power is like the difference between pure yang true qi and ordinary iron ore and alloy steel. He channeled this wisp of pure yang energy into the Haitian mirror, and the natal magic weapon began to radiate an unprecedentedly bright mirror light. Since the Haitian mirror advanced, Chen Mobai felt that no matter how much pure yang spiritual power he poured in, it would always convey a sense of dissatisfaction. At that time, he knew that pure yang spiritual power was no longer sufficient for this 4th-tier natal magic weapon. Only pure yang energy can unleash its full power. Just like the purple lightning sword, although it was perfectly suited to Chen Mobai, no matter how much pure yang spiritual power and spirit stones were used, it could not unleash its full power. Only true qi can unleash the true power of a 4th-tier magic weapon. Chen Mobai nodded and retrieved the wisp of pure yang true energy he had just condensed from the Hayashin mirror. The Hayashin mirror was very reluctant, but under the control of its master Chen Mobai, it could only reluctantly spit it out. Chen Mobai channeled this wisp of pure yang energy into his golden core, and soon felt a slight swelling sensation. He silently recited a spell from the pure yang scroll and began to activate it. The golden core emitted a scorching warm current, circulating through the 8 extraordinary meridians in a circulatory manner. Wherever it passed, it seemed to cleanse and refine the body, causing the temperature of his blood to rise slightly. Moreover, his bone marrow, meridians, internal organs, and so on also began to improve imperceptibly in this process. This process is called qi circulation and pure yang body refinement, which is a passive skill of the pure yang dharma body after cultivating pure yang true qi. It will continuously enhance the physical strength of cultivators who practice the pure yang scroll. For this reason, pure yang cultivators generally don't waste too much time on body tempering techniques. This is not only because they have very limited time to cultivate the pure yang dharma body, but also because once their cultivation level reaches a certain point, their physical strength will be boosted by this technique. However, passive cultivation is definitely not as effective or intense as active cultivation. Chen Mobai sensed that, after the blessing of the pure yang body refinement, his longevity body, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually showed signs of a breakthrough. He was overjoyed. If you can break through to the 4th level of the longevity body before forming your nascent soul, the success rate of forming your nascent soul will increase significantly. This is also another correct way to practice pure yang body refinement, which makes it easier for pure yang cultivators to break through in their body tempering techniques. Although pure yang body refinement is a passive skill, if it is kept active, it will constantly consume pure yang spiritual power or pure yang true energy. If you use pure yang qi, the effect will be even better. But Chen Mobai has only just mastered a wisp of it, so he definitely won't use it. He only dares to let the golden core consume pure yang spiritual power, which is enough for him. If he uses it in cycles through the 26 small voids, it will be enough for him to use it continuously for 365 days a year. After activating the passive skill of pure yang body refinement, Chen Mobai continued to study pure yang true qi. Once he has 36 Tao within his golden core, he can attempt to form his nascent soul. At this moment, he took out the Hayashin mirror and let it absorb the wisp of 5th-order pure yang energy from the Yuanyang ancestor. The Hayashin mirror immediately conveyed a joyful emotion. A 4th-order pure yang magic weapon can barely withstand 5th-order pure yang energy, and because they come from the same source, they can subtly provide the Hayashin mirror with the most perfect environment for spiritual growth. It's a pity that Chen Mobai's other natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell, is only at the 3rd level. Otherwise, he would have split the pure yang energy in 2 and shared it equally. After finishing these steps, Chen Mobai stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. He took out his phone and checked the time. Before we knew it, another 2 months had passed. This was only because he used the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. Otherwise, condensing pure yang true qi would have taken much longer. He got up and went out of the pass. As soon as he opened the barrier, he saw the beautiful Qing Nu waiting outside. Judging from your expression, you must have succeeded. King Nu walked over, took his hand and spoke first. With the help of the 9 heavens pure purple qi, I barely managed to condense a wisp of pure yang qi. Now I understand why the 2 venerables Qingjing and Qingxi didn't use this to condense qi back then. It was such a waste. Chen Mobai shook his head and sighed, saying that only a wisp of the 9 heavens pure purple qi could help transform into a wisp of true qi. However, a complete wisp of 9 heavens pure purple qi is a natural elixir for forming a nascent soul, and its value is far greater than that of condensing true qi. Moreover, the process of condensing true qi can be gradually honed through one's own hard work. Reaching the nascent soul stage is not an option. Perhaps it's just that slight increase in probability that allows cultivators to overcome that insurmountable barrier. Then you can wait until you have completed the core formation before you start refining pure Yang True Qi. I have just finished refining another batch of Return to Truth pills. This time, there are 8 pills, and they all meet the standards of the immortal sect and are free of poison. After hearing this, King Nu spoke up and said some good news. Haha, ever since you came here, I feel like I've only received good news. Chen Mobai was overjoyed, then reached out and picked up King Nu beside him, placing her directly on a wooden table in front of the wooden house. The blood energy, which had been boiling due to the pure Yang body refining, was released most thoroughly amidst the delicate moans. Before he knew it, Chen Mobai had been staying at Tianping Mountain for more than half a year. They've used up almost all their excuses for breaking through cultivation levels and consolidating their realms. He felt it was time to return to the immortal sect and make his appearance. After bidding a reluctant farewell to King Nu, Chen Mobai returned to Jumu Ridge first, then sought out Zhou Shenking and gave him a Gijin pill. Please help me pass this on to senior brother Mo with this. He can save time accumulating spiritual energy and quickly achieve the perfect core formation. Because it was in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai only dared to ask Zhou Shenking to help deliver it. Otherwise, he would have to make the trip himself. I'll say thank you on behalf of junior brother Mo. Because the Five Elements sect had previously collaborated with the returning Heaven Valley to refine the Returning to Truth pill, Zhou Shenking knew the effects of this pill and solemnly thanked Chen Mobai. This was crafted by the disciple of the extraordinary senior I met back then. Because the extraordinary senior needed to undergo an unprecedented and terrifying tribulation, he left his secluded wilderness and went overseas to seek an opportunity to overcome the tribulation. But his disciple's cultivation level is not high enough to leave the eastern continent with him. Moreover, without the care of a senior from another world, it would be difficult for her to survive in a dangerous place like the desolate ruins. So she came to me. Back then, it was thanks to the extraordinary senior that I was able to refine the rejuvenating spirit water. Naturally, I have no choice but to take responsibility, so I settled her in the villa on Tianping Mountain. As the sect leader, Chen Mobai had been away from Jumu Ridge and Baiyuan City for many years, frequently traveling to Tianping Mountain, which naturally did not escape the notice of Zhou Shenking and the others. However, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju trusted him completely, so they didn't investigate further. Chen Mobai understood that he would eventually marry Qing Nu into the sect openly and legitimately, so he had already begun to subtly arrange a proper background for Qing Nu. Although the Tianping Mountain Villa is also a fourth-order spiritual vein, the senior Yiren has been a great benefactor to me. How about I give up my longevity dojo for the senior's disciples to cultivate in? After hearing this, Zhou Shenking felt that the Tianping Mountain Villa was a bit too modest and solemnly made a suggestion. In his view, this mysterious person who could refine the rejuvenating spirit water and lived in seclusion in the desolate ruins was at least a nascent soul cultivator, or even a nascent soul old monster. Even if there is no favor owed, one should still do one's best to befriend his disciples. Chen Mobai naturally refused repeatedly, saying that the disciple of the extraordinary senior did not like to show off, only liked to refine pills, and only needed a place with abundant fire vein spiritual energy to cultivate. Tianping Mountain Villa is just right. Then I'll trouble you, junior brother, to take good care of your senior's disciple. After Yan Shayan left, the eastern wilderness lacks outstanding alchemists. Perhaps in the future, our 5-element sect's core formation elixirs, or even your nascent soul formation elixirs, will need his help. Zhou Shenking's words made Chen Mobai nod repeatedly. He would definitely take good care of King Nu. After laying the groundwork with his 2 senior brothers, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju, Chen Mobai was already thinking about when to formally bring Qing Nu into the 5-element sect. If Mo Duguang takes the Gijin pill, and Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi break through with the purple jade porridge in the future, it means that most of the high-level cultivators of the 5-element sect have received Qing Nu's favor. In this way, there would be no resistance to his proposal to become Qing Nu's Taoist partner and make her the sect leader's wife. Is there still no news from Yan Shayan? Before leaving, Zhou Shenking suddenly thought of this last obstacle to unifying the eastern wilderness and couldn't help but ask Chen Mobai. Although he was a nascent soul cultivator, he had already handed over all the affairs of the Five Elements sect to Chen Mobai, so he also needed to inquire about information in this area. He should have formed his nascent soul in the eastern peak. Our Five Elements sect has only just left the eastern wilderness with junior brother Yue, so we are unable to investigate the specifics of his nascent soul formation. I also probed Lu Zuolong about this matter, but he clearly knew the gravity of the situation and did not give a direct answer. As for Tianqinlu, there is some news that someone saw Yan Shayan enter the large teleportation array in Jinwu Immortal City with the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, so I speculate that he is in Dongyu. Chen Mobai told Zhou Shenking what he knew, and Zhou Shenking nodded slightly. In fact, according to his idea, there was no need to care about Yan Shayan at all. He could just lead the Five Elements sect army there and wipe out Huishan Valley. However, under Chen Mobai's leadership, the Five Elements sect has developed into the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness over the years. So since he chose to wait and see, Zhou Shenking naturally agreed. After all, if they were to wipe out Huishan Valley, they might have to fall out with the Xingshan Merchant Guild. It would be best to avoid this risk if possible. After Zhou Shenking went to Jin Guang Cliff, Chen Mobai also announced his seclusion, closed his Longevity Wood Taoist temple, and then returned to the Immortal sect. At the summit of Danxia Mountain, Chen Mobai, who had broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, took an unusually long time to consolidate his cultivation. Just as some people were speculating that he might be eager to break through and that his foundation might be unstable, which was why he had been delaying his seclusion. That night, a brilliant and bright light shone on the top of Danxia Mountain, like a great sun rising from the top of the huge jade parasol tree, blooming brilliantly. The bright, mirror-like light lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, this is where a cultivator with the potential to become a nascent soul master goes into seclusion. He just broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, and then he made such a grand display. What is the reason for this? When the bright mirror light faded, Chen Mobai announced that he had emerged from seclusion. After spending a leisurely and wonderful time with his family, he had no choice but to return to Wanggu Cave. Meanwhile, some experts in the immortal sects, through the bright mirror light in the video, determined why Chen Mobai stayed on the summit of Danxia Mountain for half a year after breaking through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. It turns out that he wasn't consolidating his realm at all, but rather, after breaking through his realm, he was spending time and energy cultivating the spirituality of his natal magic weapon. The concept of spirit of magical artifacts is widely known among the immortal sects, but the number of people who can truly be cultivated is very small in each era. If it weren't for the expert in weapon crafting pointing it out, the people of the immortal sect would never have thought of this. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, is not only no less talented than Yuan Yang Ancestor in cultivation, but also has sword talent comparable to Bai Guang Ancestor. In fact, he is an absolute genius in weapon crafting. He's a graduate of our Dance Weapon Academy. You understand the true value of being the top student at the Dance Weapon Academy. Let me tell you something anonymously. Back in high school, committee member Chen was already very interested in weapon crafting. I had the privilege of collaborating with him several times, and even then, I felt that if he focused solely on weapon crafting, he would definitely become the most outstanding weapon crafter in the immortal sects, perhaps even surpassing Master Chengxuan, a 5th-tier weapon crafter. In Danxia City, Wu Wan, whose hair had turned completely white, put down his keyboard and clicked send on the forum. He leaned back in his chair and couldn't help but recall the time when he and Chen Mobai upgraded the 5 transformations umbrella together. The more I thought about it, the more I felt honored to be able to work with such an important person. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that the internet was already in an uproar over the fact that he had cultivated the spirit of a magical artifact. I felt that divine talent was not enough to describe his terrifying genius, and a more representative term was needed. Soon, among the many candidates, the potential to become an immortal received the most recognition after the vote. The immortal sects have a concept of becoming an immortal. They believe that the highest level above the nascent soul stage is becoming an immortal. The origins of the immortal sect are also related to this. After hearing Zio Hai relay the online discussions, Chen Mobai felt that some of them had gone too far. He was only at the core formation stage, not even having achieved the nascent soul stage yet. He hasn't even lived up to the title of deity transformation yet, so how did he suddenly jump directly to the title of immortal? He could only try to keep a low profile in response. However, since the Hayashin mirror is his natal magic weapon, it will definitely be revealed to the immortal sect in the future. Therefore, the cultivation of the magic weapon's spirit definitely needs to be prepared in advance. Fortunately, he graduated from the Weaponry Academy and had studied weapon crafting under Hong Mengqi. Therefore, although the fact that he cultivated the spirit of the Hayashin mirror was very shocking to the immortal sects, it was also acceptable to everyone. But Chen Mobai knew very well that this was not due to his own ability or merit. You can deceive others, but you must never deceive yourself. So he returned to Wangwu Cave in a very low-key manner, and after spending his vacation with Master Shuixian, he continued to handle things without making a sound as usual. Time will heal all wounds, and he believed that as time passed, the discussions among the immortal sects about his potential to become an immortal would gradually cool down. But just as he got off the plane and into the car Hua Zijing was picking him up, he found two familiar faces already sitting inside. It was Hong Mengqi, who taught him weapon crafting, and his apprentice Bian Jingchun. "You brat with such talent in weapon crafting, why don't you cultivate the Cantong Qi?" Hong Mengqi said something heartbreaking to Chen Mobai. End of this chapter.